As we are once again alive upon the internet. Yeah. And we actually do seem to be exactly that. Let me make sure I fixed up the YouTube set of things with the description. Oh, actually, I forgot to change the title, as always. Well, you know what? Actually, we'll keep it to casual PVE farming for the first hour. Let's go to recording the negotiator dilemma. I've typed a bunch of negotiators dilemmas today, and I think I got it right like twice. Let's just copy paste it from there. Showcase for YouTube. Actually, let's call it build showcase. We'll change the title to that in a little bit, as yeah, we're not recording it yet. But we will, as that is the plan for today. Yeah, let me hop on in the background as well. I am actually getting second account ready on the other system as we'll use them for here, let me log them in as well. We're gonna use them for
safe area entered.
Getting the intro, as I'll set them up in one way as well and myself in another way as well, and then go in. Yeah, let's already drop all these directives because don't want to deal with all those, and we'll likely start in like 45 minutes with the showcase recording. So everything prepared. I don't feel I need anything really else to do. What I do need to do actually, is this working? Yep, that's working. This working, that's working. I need to set up you know what, yeah, let's have the remote view up for a second, as I need to, of course, alter the build there a little bit, and I'll do that with here. And yeah, it's extra choppy. It's a different system. I'm remote capturing it. Although as well, that system is set to 20 frames as well, so not a great look to begin with. They definitely have a Grupo chest. What? The bells. Oh, hi. Hi. Somebody wanted some attention there. You know, we won't give them it. We'll just do this and go into scale. Yeah, let's see. I'm in the wrong spot. What happened? They have a group of chests, because on them I haven't swapped yet to the other one. I'll set them up as the Elmo variant, because we'll just inspect them. And yeah, rifle. Demo is perfectly fine. How do you do 8 extra thingies? No, item detail. Don't use controller much. Yeah, the mod being not maxed out is fine. This crit chance being a crit chance though isn't. You know what? Let's fix that up. Wait, how do you mod? Don't use controller much, so struggling through that. Gear mod type, what? No, that's not it. Filter options, that's it. This is all muscle memory on PC, but see where I can yoink a 12 from. Yeah, we'll yoink 112 from there. We'll yoink another 12 from likely not that one, not that one, not that one. It's likely another 12 in, yeah, 511. We'll just yoink all those. Because, yeah, we'll use them as a stand-in for the intro recording, and then also as well, actually, I should have done that earlier. Oh, they're having fun.
I've got it.
Let's maybe do that. As I had reduced my settings a while back, video-wise, graphics-wise. Let's go back to Ultra, because actually there's a little bit of shadow difference and stuff that I do want to have there, and I always forget like what the other settings is, and I think we need to restart as well, because yeah, I definitely don't want depth of field, and I don't want chromatic aberration. There we go. That's the two I don't want. All right, yeah, we need to restart again. So that sucks. We're gonna quit out and quit back in. Well, quit out and quit back in. Okay, quit out and quickly get back in. That's the sentence where I was going. Let me get you and either carrots. And indeed, we're gonna, because yeah, today we're gonna record the negotiator build showcase. A bunch of settings as that broke out here. And that should have fixed that. There we go. As yeah, when the game boots, sometimes it breaks out here. But yeah, we're gonna go do the negotiator dilemma build showcase. If you haven't seen those before, I usually record them, well, the build showcases as they're on my YouTube channel. Usually I record them live on stream. It's kind of fun. Also, sometimes people point stuff out that matters, or, you know, I just bounce some ideas off chat and stuff. So it's usually fun. But yeah, we're going to start recording in like 40 minutes, as I'm basically setting it up now. That account is on the right negotiator. I'm going to put this account on the right negotiator. Make sure they have all the pieces. I mean, yeah, they're definitely going to have all the pieces.
Safe area entered.
Let's load them up as well on a negotiator. Take that. Let's make sure she can go Oreo. I'm gonna grab the grade 20 Oreo and the grade 24 Famas. I likely actually won't use them, except for like the intro part, because usually I don't like using high grade weapons for build showcases. Not everybody has access to them. I usually, only for the last segment, I usually pull out like all the stops and go. So actually, likely I'll use the Oreo for that. I'll likely go with the Oreo on that last one, and go with the grade 21 as well, because might as well at that point. She has a contractors, right? Why wouldn't she? Yes, she does. Actually, so this lines up, right? Yep, 55. Yep. Because I really like this setup actually as well. What it is, as we'll go over here. So, what are the build pictures like? So this one's with Gunner. This one is with Sharpshooter. This one, oh well, this is one. Okay, these two are with Gunner. I'll be demo on this one. Actually, I'll be good. So I'll be demo on this one, I think, actually. And I'll be Gunner on the normal one. So on this FAMAS one, yes. Let's be Gunner. And yeah, actually on this main account, I'm going to check as well. So I'm going to use Gunner likely, AR, and I mean AR and LMG. So AR LMG, this needs to be AR SMG, or as well, all three actually. AR, well, actually SMG LMG. So that's set up. Yeah. So yeah, so this character is basically ready. Let's jump back here. Make sure the other one is as well. where's Restless? There we go. Too much stuff open. And yeah, so they're set up. This one's set up as the FAMAS one. The other one is set up as the Elmo one, because I'll inspect them just to go over there, that kind of layout. And I do want them to maybe be Sharpshooter. Let's do that. I need to inspect that. Yes. Did I actually, on this character, put it back to pistols? I did there. Because yeah, she needs to have pistols on Sharpshooter, because otherwise I get sad. Like that other characters watching the entire cutscene unneededly. Okay, I should both of them are kind of set up. You know what? I wouldn't mind warming up a little before we go in, because that's also always a thing. What's the target it's today? Nah, yeah. Not worth farming that zone today. Actually, she's cleared her entire invasion, right? Yeah. That's good. Go over here. Let's go just murder someone. We'll leave the other accounts. God damn it. Okay, there we go. Leave the account there. They'll likely
Safe area detected.
get disconnected at some point. Why did it eat the Windows key input? That's weird. There we go. So leave them there. Yeah, let's go get warmed up a little. I just want to shoot some people. I'll even do it with Guardians. I haven't played today yet. Let me bring this back up. Let's also have a brief look on here. Yeah, let's wiggle the chat bot already because that usually fixes it already. And yeah, in a little bit we'll go in. Also, my audio is okay, right? Yes.
Rogue agent detected.
Just checking that weapon audios as well. Rogue agents detected. They're all.
Control point detected.
You can reset the world. I was gonna go kill that control point. All right, let's go kill these rogues. They'll be normal scale, but I might get a purple AR out of it. Single point damage is just not the greatest, but we know that. We just have to work around it.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
Are those rogues still here, or are they those? Also, not keeping 60. That's weird.
Golden bullet received.
I wonder if that is because...
Is everyone okay?
Because yeah, nowadays I'm dual streaming. Back in the day, the game would actually be okay. Might record the intro with those settings because just the shadow settings being a little bit higher is kind of nice. Makes for a little bit better recording. But it's not staying at a flat 60 in game now, which is not something I would be okay with. Let me see actually, do I have... I thought maybe I self Photoshop open or something, but no. I made the starter part for the spreadsheet or the thumbnail already. Interesting. Because yeah, it shouldn't be actually extra strain on the PC because I'm using the same output to both. What am I doing even here? Let's go find something to kill. For instance, this. Because yeah, I might be able to lighten the load a little bit on it. In some ways. You know what? Let's do that. Let's do this and this. See if that helps as I pause my previews. Himself. We'll try them again. Might have just been that area. No, it's dropping first. I will likely just use it for the intro and then shift back. And I kind of have to still pick what I do with what. Kind of what order. Kind of been thinking about what I want to say, like that kind of stuff I usually do just during the day of it. because I kind of know what I want to do, especially do a solo control point 4, do a solo bounty. So that seems like obvious things. I think I'll end on a mission and just do a random matchmade mission with the Oreo one. But yeah, well, we'll see. We'll find some things.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Yeah, that's...
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming. Hostile
I have moments like... Well, I mean, this is more down to golden bullet as well, but at moments like this, I only have one target. I can't multi-target anyway. Yeah, like...
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Sir, could you give me your golden bullets? Yeah.
Access key detected. Another agent is now in your group.
Right. Another familiar name? Am I set to open? Or am I just... Or is it someone from stream? But yeah, mostly I'm gonna run around solo. I'll let the person know as well. Because yeah, for today especially, just gonna... Well, they can benefit from this. A completion is a completion. Let me actually check. I'm not sure if we've met before. Or okay, it's always hard to tell who's on your... The Ubisoft list is always annoying. It's so hard to tell who is and isn't on your list. From in-game as well, once somebody's joined you. I always find it difficult. And... Is this alphabetical? No. Oh, okay, there are some of my list. Hey.
If I took a nap?
So I'll tell them what's up. What rifle would you use with negotiator? I'll be using a classic M1A later on. Actually, I might replace it with ACRSS, but basically any rifle you like.
You are no longer in a group.
Okay, there. Yeah. I'm wondering if they are maybe in the stream, but yeah. Nothing personal, but yeah, I'm just gonna warm up a little bit solo. Because in a little bit already we'll go and start moving towards getting to the initial planning areas, but also yeah, usually. This is not worth joining on me when I'm like not asking for it. Because likely I'm not doing much at those points. Good morning. Okay. Well, for me it's evening, but gonna guess some time zone differences. I wonder, did I turn any other settings off when I don't remember my own old graphic settings is mostly thing. I just went ultra there and just turned off depth of field and chromatic aberration. You know what, let's, I don't care so much about these. Let's maybe apply that. Maybe that helps a bit. Because, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's not, yeah, well, I mean, it's dropping frames just because it doesn't have the frames. We might just do the intro and go back to high. I think there was a little bit of drop in performance pretty recently with one of the patches, and that's when I went back to high settings, and guess it's not back to normal yet, but that's fine. We'll just do the intro because I just want the shadows to be on like the ultra settings for getting the intro footage, because otherwise the shadows just look weird, especially when you're like close up to faces. But yeah, I'm just gonna warm up a little bit, just so my shooting isn't the most worst. Man, I haven't used the FAMAS much.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet. Agent received a golden bullet. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I know, for the global event itself, of course, I'm not gonna be doing it with golden bullet, because that's not in the plans.
Friendly control point nearby.
But for now, just for some, actually, I should turn off global golden bullet, just so I don't have the I want an extra AUG. Nah. Because even if I choose to use AUG's invisible hand, actually, it's looking kind of okay. Because it's still 12%, it's kind of like a 10%. Even though it's like not that high up on the burst and sustain charts. Basically has an extra 2% over some of the other weapons. So yeah, where am I going? You know, let's go DC. Is it just New York? Maybe extra laggy. Oh, actually, god damn it. It's 511 there today as well. You know what? Let's go into the negotiator zone. Oh, I need to go actually and offload some of the resources. Let's go do that first. Because I'm full up on some things and I'd rather not be. Did you do actually as well? Jessica. Actually, is Jessica on the map? I didn't even. Oh, it's on Grand Washington. Yeah, usually missions I don't count that well. Yes. Farming a zone usually is. Other missions can be handy just for matchmaking as well. They end up using. But yeah, there's a. Well, I mean, 511 there. I know what we're doing after the build showcase recording. I'm swapping to second account, and I'm gonna go and roam that zone for a bit. Getting all of the control points done and stuff like that. So maybe we'll get some people together for that. Okay, DC seems much finer, although that's usually the case.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
Wait, what did I? Oh. Through some bounties at once. Where it always goes, of course. Why are you aggro to me? What did I do to you? Oh. Oh, I need to turn off, yes. Turn off the global events. Because if I'm gonna warm up, I need to not have that bonus weapon handling, basically. Also, I still didn't burn off the resource. That's fine though. I'm gonna get reset to am I gonna get reset to castle, or is the safe house close? The safe house close, right?
Safe area entered.
Let's go. Let's go castle and actually craft out some of those resources, just so I feel a little bit better about them.
You think before the green poison, we could have passed the background check to guard a place like this?
Yeah, I'm preparing a pinned message. And there we go. Yeah. Nah. Well, we'll turn it back down to high afterwards. Gonna guess it's with like the dual streaming. It's eating up a little bit more resources. Yeah. What am I full on? A lot of stuff. Yeah. You know what? Let's just. I can use some field recon, although it takes forever always. Because it's 50 at a time, but yeah, you do get 5. So. How much is 1k worth of this? So you get 20 times 5. So you get 100 out of it. I mean, actually, well, yeah, you can just drop to 0. You can just, yeah. So 1000 becomes 100. Field recon. Let's make some space. Because there's, yeah, a plan, yeah, until the end of the season. I'll fill this back up again. I do want to go into the new season, of course, with just piling like resources everywhere. Just so I can be expertise 25 the second we go in there. I'll just do that as well, just to how am I on printer filaments? Oh, also pretty full on. We have been farming some of those. Yeah, let's go murder some other people. Let's reset our map, actually. Anyway, just 0 directives for now. Just want to be a little bit more warmed up. Anyway, I'm gonna get a loading screen here.
Hostile control point identified.
Oh, is it maybe this? Does this eat a lot of resources? Let's see in a second. Let's go murder some things. As close the remote viewing software. See how it goes in combat. Oh yeah, and also of course we're passing the things and stuff thingy. Or was it again there? For those that haven't seen things and stuff numero uno, this is some things. That's some things, and that's some stuffs. Good, yeah. A little bit of a hole in the world there.
Hostiles detected.
Actually,
Access key detected.
you know what? Kind of thinking now. Do I want a memento version? One of the things I did used to run a lot is like just negotiator and a memento. So how does this even land again? Oh yeah, oh, that's why that one has a crit chance. Actually, so yeah, that's even why that's the way that other character is set up. Yeah, let's not. Oh, I of course. Hey, damn it. You want to be gunner, so
Hostiles guarding location.
because I'll forget later. Let's go. Let's go in here and get gunner again. Let's do one control point somewhere. Might do Navy Plaza. Oh yeah, wasn't that? Still dropping major flames. Flames. That's it. Didn't get enough sleep last night. I'll be yawning here and there. Yeah. Yeah, sadly missing tomorrow and the day after as well. So we'll just be doing this. Also, that maintenance going long. God damn it.
Hostile control point nearby.
I had a few hours. I was like, 'cause I did see that the maintenance was gonna happen. I was like, okay, it'll go to like 2 o'clock afternoon my time. It's like, that'll be fine. I'll like from 3 to 5, I can quickly put a build overview, like the shorts together. Yeah, servers didn't come up till like 4:30 my time. They really, I mean, they likely know, like internally, likely they know, but yeah, it's getting a little bit annoying. They're hitting a few of them, like there's basically at this point it's a 50-50, but a 50-50 isn't good enough. They need to. What's on my right? You know what? I might do this.
I'll make you
I'm
pay.
reloading.
Don't worry, I'm watching you.
Looking around me.
These guys close enough that they'll attack this. Kind of actually wanted to go up here indeed. And you know what? Let's grab that.
You're going down.
No way I can get
Oh, wait, 2 seconds.
We'll defend ourselves.
He's an annoying target. Always set up. Kind of need full bodies for at this kind of range. Is that the frame drops causing me to have less fire rate, or I just miss timing? I think I'm clicking too fast. I'm mistiming because of it. What's shooting me in the back? Where are we? Who's where?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
So have you considered not shooting me in the back?
Serious trauma detected.
One LMG in the middle of the street there. Yeah, I can do this.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
You bet. When they're that small of a target, yeah, I can't go full burst. What? Hey. It's like I popped the ammo off of it. What? What was it? Did you, like, not be that far? You know what? Let's go close the distance. It's just the last thing.
Vital signs critical.
How do I get out of this?
Fucking mess!
It's gonna just transfer with that. I wrote something behind me as well now. What? You guys give me a bigger profile to shoot? Gonna need it. This thing isn't that accurate. Yeah, let's just go and go up front here. Yeah, some distance shooting. That's good for the aim. Let's go up front here and cheese this. Ooh, yeah, that's some framiness. Surprising it's like that big of a difference.
On the line! Coming up! No sweat. My armor!
Okay. Little bit of multi-transferring. Let's do this, and then likely we'll go and set up for the intro.
Reinforcements incoming. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I'll wipe you out!
And stuff like this, negotiator is just as fine as
Heavily armored hostile detected.
striker.
Agent out of action. Agent killed.
You only get an LMG, but then yeah, you have moments like this. There's one boss remaining, one named. I don't have multiple targets to hit, so it's just him. Where something like a striker can just,
Supply
you know,
convoy nearby.
that is at that point stacked up and can just burn away. Keep getting actually somewhat like usable pieces, but yeah. Some of the ARs we had earlier as well. You know what? Let's kill these guys as well. I have enough ammo.
Time to move.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Save you!
Where did number 4 go?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Alright. Yeah, let's turn this back into RPK. There we go.
Detected from the control point in
And
proximity.
we'll go and start moving towards setting up the intro.
Supply room access unlocked.
Things would be much worse without you.
And I'm gonna just for laziness, gonna do it on top of actually what in-game time is it? Okay, it's perfect. Heading towards evening. This is gonna go on top of that one building where we can access the roof and have a like nice big view. Also, the servers are struggling, aren't they? As well. As that loot came pretty late. Does this guy need resources? No. Kill that convoy, I think go complete it, but also. Yeah, let's start moving towards there. And then we'll hop on up there. Negotiators. I'm gonna just do that just so I can pin it for a little while. And so we'll just put that to like 60 minutes. There we go. There we go. And hey there, Caro, and Dusty Sacks as well. Gonna head up north here. Gonna load in the other character. Gonna do an intro. And yeah, this will be the first build showcase that I'm doing in like with my face on the screen.
Now quick, reload!
Can't move. I'm pinned down.
Oh wait, okay, yeah. This character, of course. Then we need to do it differently. Gonna join up on I_Kia. Join the group. As yeah, the character I was on, of course, is doesn't have the side missions done, so they don't have access to that. Well, I mean, the side mission will be there basically. They don't just have free access to that. Gonna already join the other one. Use their world.
Entering safe area.
And then go up north here. And go on this roof, and then we'll start recording the intro. And actually, sweating up here and glowing up. Let's make myself a little less glowy. I have 2 directives on. Oh yeah, this of course the other gal's world. So doesn't really matter.
You see these fuckers? I got this, motherfucker.
There we go. Yeah, let's get to the roof. Yeah, so what is this gal's basic mode? That a reading thing? That's fine. Already hear a heavy out there somewhere. Where is he? He got pulsed, but didn't show up. It's not like straight here, right? No. I think just that away, right? Actually, does it during the day as well. Yeah, it darkens here as well during the day. So I'll use kind of this part. Because this as well was the area I used for let's make leader and
You
fast.
have been promoted to group leader.
And for the strikers, let's bring over the other one as well. And double negotiators. Oh, I like that double shadow actually. Because yeah, one thing I can do. How do you swap weapons? Okay, there. I'm using a controller for the other system. That's not my thing. Did it do? When I try to matchmake, I never find people to play with. Depends on what you're matchmaking for. If it's during leveling or something, there aren't many people at other things. So actually, well, let's do it the inverse. Most people are matchmaking for heroic content at level 40. So, or countdown, challenging, or maybe even summit, stuff like that. But especially when you're leveling and stuff, you likely won't find anyone. What you can use though, if you want someone to just play with or just help you out a little bit, you can use the call for backup feature, which is just from the map. You can go to this SHD tab, and here you can do a call for backup. It's no, so I need to go this way, but it's over there. It's called call for backup. You can just call for backup, and there are people that are specifically as well, just like matchmaking through that. You can walk inside the building there. Yeah, I know. I use this place a lot for it, and yeah, over there you can go into the cement. But yeah, I especially want to kind of use this and kind of this kind of setup. But actually, I'm gonna remove the. Nah, yeah, you know what? Let's have that on. Her other suit looks basically the same anyway. Because the thing I want to do is have kind of this. Because we're gonna discuss multiple negotiator, but kind of looking for a decent angle of this kind of thing. Oh, yeah, that's a little bit too wide. I don't hate this, for instance. And yeah, especially having the negotiator backpacks on it and stuff. It's kind of like obviously. I do want to. Kind of want to have the like the Elmo in there. I hate these shoes, by the way, on the recruiter thing. You know what? We can even do this, of course. Like, because yeah, actually, that's not a bad idea. Kind of like that, yeah. Should maybe do it before the golden hour kind of sets in. You know, I wouldn't mind starting here. It's gonna be hard as well, actually, to oh, hey there, Tasty, and welcome in everybody from over there's. And yeah, thanks very much there. Could you give yourself a shout out while I'm setting up here? I just like making Toasty shout out himself as he's a mod here, of course. And yeah, you totally want to. And yeah, indeed. Welcome in everybody. As yeah, I'm about to set up to record an intro here for the negotiator dilemma build showcase. And yeah, we're gonna use this area again just because it's kind of cool. I kind of like it. I'm kind of thinking maybe waiting for nighttime, but that's also pretty far away. Well, we'll have nighttime while I'm in the menus and stuff anyway. Because yeah, the lighting actually a little bit ago was a lot better, but you know, don't want to spend too much. You know what? Yeah, I'll do this. I'll start like this, and then wait, is it? Okay. We'll do one of these. Actually, I like this better, right? Yeah, so here. As I was kind of just looking for like how stuff looks. Yeah, let's do one take. And yeah. Thanks, Toasty, for giving a shout out to Toasty on my part. Oh, yeah, so wanted, so that's as requested. And yeah, welcome in everybody. For those that don't know me, yeah, hi. I'm about to say hi. I'm Ankia, so hi, I'm Ankia. And yeah, in between, we'll switch scenes over to that. Let me already check that. Right. That loads in. That all of this loads in. Okay. We'll have the build collection there. Let's control F1. Okay. Because oh yeah, and I have to kind of remember now, how do I do intros for build showcases? So hi, I'm IKEA. And for today's video, we're doing negotiator, specifically obliterate. As always, I'll be using my build collection. Everything is time-stamped. And as always, okay. Actually, no, I should do the other way around. So first chapter of thingies, of build and stuff, and then second chapter of gameplay, and as always, everything's going to be time-stamped. Okay, let's do a take. Let's see how it goes. It's we're getting golden hour, so that looks kind of good actually. And yeah, I need to. This is new. This is annoyingly new, which is that this is the first one I'm gonna do with my face on it. on the build showcase. Actually, how does that even look here? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, let's try it, Also, yeah, I'm doing way too many things at once. This is actually not the way I would want to do it. But it's fine. We're just gonna do one rotation and then set it up. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're gonna do a build showcase. Who is this we? I'm doing a build showcase. Yeah, let's try that. Also, as well, let me prepare the folder because that actually likely didn't even record correctly because the hard disk wasn't spooled up. So that's good thing actually. So that one failed. Let's go now. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I will be giving a build showcase on Negotiator's Dilemma. We'll be going mostly over obliterate setups, which are the general use negotiators, and they are quite formidable. It is, to me, always the old dog that still has its tricks, while Strikers has come in and very much overtaken most other gear sets. Negotiators is still there as one of the top dogs of damage, and is quite often forgotten about, I feel. So we're going to discuss it today. And of course, as always, I'll be making extensive use of the build collection, as I've added as well in a folder for Negotiator Dilemma Recommended. And there's a bunch of builds in there. We'll be going over the obliterate ones today. Together with, as always, in my build show. Let's try that again. I stumbled already a little bit. Let's just do that again. Went okay though. Actually, it's better even now because we're getting even more goldenish hour. I kind of love this. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we'll be going over Negotiator's Dilemma in a build showcase. It is mostly going to consist of obliterate variants, which are the general use variants, as there are other ways to set up Negotiator Dilemma, as it works really well with focus as well. But for today, we'll be going over the basics of it, and we'll be introducing a lot of people to it, as this is still the old dog that knows a lot of tricks. And well, something like Striker has come in and has overtaken it as the top dog of damage. It is still quite formidable, and we'll go over some variants that I can totally recommend for you to spend some time on and try to learn, as this is very much an acquired taste. This isn't a build that you just pick up and play, as Strikers very much is, and that's also why it's that recommended. This very much is a build you have to learn. As always, I'll be making extensive use of the build collection and several build pictures from there, as there's also now a Negotiator's Dilemma recommended folder, which we'll be plugging from. As with build showcases, we'll go over first the build, and in this case, actually, we'll go over 4 variants, although 2 are very much the same. So 3 builds, layouts really, and we'll go over their build pictures as well in the first chapter. In the second chapter, we'll take it out into some gameplay, and I'll show the differences in gameplay and how they kind of feel in the field. And as always, everything will be timestamped, so you can jump around as you please. So yeah, let's hop right in. Yeah. Wasn't the greatest, but I kind of like that it went to night in there. Although I should have had the Negotiator's Dilemma recommended folder ready as well. Let me actually see how long that goes. And yeah, that's kind of my shtick as well with this showcase is this is the old dog that knows a lot of tricks. That's also going to be the tagline of it. Negotiators, and they are quite formidable. It is most. And of course, as always, I'll be making extensive use of the build collection, as there will be going on hour, as there are other ways to set up Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we'll be going over build show. For today's video, we'll be going over Negotiator's Dilemma in a build showcase, or other ways to something like much is, and that's also why it's that recommended. As with build showcase, they kind of feel interesting. How did that happen? As I didn't cut between the two takes. Although, well, that's likely me. I didn't cut between the two takes. Let me catch up on some of this. Thanks, Testy. No problem. That's yeah. Yep. Yeah. The tasty dog taking care of the. And yeah, actually, so I was literally thinking that I want to make a animated like hi coming down, and then and then IKEA from the other side. Just as well, I'm gonna use that whenever I join like someone's stream. I can just go like, "Hi, I'm IKEA." It's becoming the tagline kind of as well, right? Moral support, yeah. I am the old dog that knows some tricks. That's why I'm, playing negotiator. We're old dogs together. We're just some old dogs up in the farms. Hop right in, yeah. Well, there I had a bunch of ums and ahs, so I'm not perfectly happy with it, but also not displeased with it at all. The thing with it is as well, why I do it live is I used to take way too many takes. Instead of that, I've taken to doing it live. So I'll take if it's good enough, because there was a few ums and ahs, especially at the start of it, especially while I was like doing the pan with the camera thingy. But it's fine. It's fine. So now we're gonna. How do I even set this up for? I want to kind of have the other one in the background. Yeah. Too many controls. I have now 2 controllers here, so. You know what? Just there is fine. Actually, you know what? We'll do this. And then we'll do this. Yeah, so we have this. Let's prep the 3 build pictures. This should be here. Yep. And yeah, later. And yeah, this part is especially, so I'm going to be talking about a bunch of builds, and annoyingly, yeah, we'll just have to hit all their. I may have made this closer to a masterclass kind of thing than a build showcase, because yeah, we're going to be hitting these 3 builds. On the FAMAS, basically high-end based one, and then one setup for Elmo and one setup for Oreo. Because I feel I need to hit all 3. They are a little bit different, but they're basically the same. Where is, actually, I'm missing one. Because this one needs to be in this pack as well. Did I actually add that to the description file? Yeah, I haven't. So let's actually do that. This is one famous part where me and Rossi always disagreed, is do you do or don't you do the negotiator backpack? Is you ain't my negotiator backpack? I like the negotiator backpack more than not having it, except for legendary. That's really the only place. So, but I want to show this other layouts, but I'm just going to show it. We're actually not going to run it. We're just going to run the other 3. Um, mm, yep. Indeed, the toasty god is a tasty dog. I feel I feel you have your name now for that account, Toasty. Because I mean, we all start somewhere, right? I didn't know most of the things a few years ago either. It's mostly like kind of what you care about of doing, and also knowing it as well as like some people do isn't needed at all. You can just copy the builds over and enjoy them very well. Knowing how the builds work is not really required for just general play. Let me, yeah, I'm just moving. I'm just adding a few things to the description file because I didn't have that. Didn't have the negotiator without the backpack or without the negotiator backpack set up here already. Because I'm adding that in also to talk about Memento here. And then moving on. But actually all of the versions will be running today's with negotiator backpack, which should I maybe change that? Nah. Okay, but your pin is right in the middle of my song. Some chats. Okay. It likely pops up fully and then it should retract basically once it's been up there for a few seconds. Which talent does the most for you? Which talent does the most for you is how I look at it. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, thank you. Anyway, have a good one. Yeah, thanks for popping in. So enjoy your evening. Yeah, let's start talking about this thing. And it's nighttime as well. I kind of like the nighttime vibe here as well. With the coyote foam coming off of my back. So yeah, talk about negotiator first. It's 20 stacks, right? Yeah, 20 stacks of 2. Don't have a negotiator chest. Shit. I'll just say, we don't want to see that talent anyway. I wanted to make one just to have the talent to show, but we'll just talk about it. People will just have to believe me. What was my last line there? Let's just hop right in, usually, right? Let's hop right in. Yep, let's hop right in indeed. Okay, let's get going because otherwise it will take forever. I have to still learn of like look at the camera here and there because I keep looking there because that's like what chat is. As I see Toasty's taking some work. Let me answer that before we go. How do I find the mission agents for recruiter? So you have to do the manhunt. So that's this thing. So whichever ones you're missing still. Wait, did they break this? Is this? Or did they? Yeah, they might have broken it as well. It wouldn't surprise me. Because this is not what this should show for this character. They still had like some stuff incomplete. So it might be broken actually currently. If it is, you might have to wait for a patch. Manhunt is bugged or better over. Yeah, it looks like it's basically over. Like this is usually how it looks when the season ends. So they might have set the season end a little bit too early. But maybe they'll patch it, but also they did the maintenance today and didn't patch it, so... I'd as well reset the world and reset. Yeah, I don't want to try that. But yeah, it might be broken. It might not no longer be available. try on the official forums asking, or official Discord asking. They might have run into this. I actually hadn't noticed that it was broken. Because I was actually still planning on doing it on this specific character. Since extended seasons, yeah, they might have mistimed it, but usually they can reactivate it if need be. But we'll see. Yeah, next season it will be in the Legacy Manhunt, so you can catch up then. But you won't get the minor manhunt targets. But it might still reactivate it maybe next Tuesday or something because they also need to put the recruiter outfit back into the rotation because they accidentally took that out. Let's hop into this because otherwise I will be God damn it. I'm also gonna pop this field proficiency cache. It pulsing like that annoys me already. Also, I need to once in a while wiggle the other character just so they don't disconnect. Okay, let's go. Yes, so let's just go. And here's the general layout we'll be discussing today, although in several forms. So we'll be going over Negotiator Dilemma first, which is, of course, the gear set everything's based on. Two pieces, we get plus 15 crit chance, and this is one of the main reasons why we call some gear sets crit starved and some not. Negotiator and Umbra both have their own crit chance bonuses, so they aren't as crit starved as, for instance, Strikers or Umbra or as we said that, I was gonna say Hunter's Fury is the word, but yeah, Hunter's Fury doesn't care about it. Let's try it again. And of course, to start off with, we're gonna discuss Negotiator's Dilemma, the gear set, as everything's based on it. This is the general layout as we'll be using it today as well with the Obliterate chest. But to start off with Negotiator Dilemma, a two-piece, we get crit chance, 15% of it. And this is the distinction we use usually to call some gear sets crit starved and some not. Umbra and Negotiator's Dilemma both get a crit chance bonus, meaning that they are not too far behind on crit chance in comparison to some other builds. And for instance, Striker. And on three pieces, we get some crit damage as well, 20% of it. And on four pieces, we get the mechanic of a Negotiator. And that is that you mark enemies, critical hits mark enemies for 20 seconds and up to 3 marks total. If we had the chest, we could take that to 5 marks, but we usually don't. I prefer very much to have it at 3 marks because it is very inconsistent to try to get 5 marks going. And that's why we will be not using the chest at all. And usually the chest is best avoided. Especially in comparison as well to having, for instance, Obliterate or even a stronger talent like Focus there. And when you critically hit a marked enemy, all other marked enemies take 60% of the damage dealt. So we are transferring any critical hit also to enemies. And with the backpack talent here, increases hostile negotiation, which is the talent, damage to additional marked enemies from 60 to 100%. So with the backpack, we're taking that 60% to 100%, meaning that all of our critical hits, which are on most of these builds at 60% chance, they are doing 100% of that crit damage. So we're doing quite a lot of spread damage. And that is the mechanic for Negotiator. You mark multiple enemies and then you damage one enemy and it gets transferred to others. For most of the builds today as well, I'll be using the backpack with the talent. I much prefer to have this talent here, although there is definitely a case to be made for vigilance backpacks, and we'll even cover one in a build layout in a little bit. Together with that as well, there's one last mechanic that often gets forgotten by the Negotiator, and that is whenever a marked enemy dies, you gain 2% critical hit damage, stacking up to 20 times or until combat ends. Now, this again is a marked enemies dying. They don't have to die from you. as long as they were marked at the time that they died. So if you're in a group, if you mark multiple enemies and others kill them, it still counts. And this is basically a stacking buff, but not in the terms of, for instance, strikers or negotiators or heartbreakers. The negotiator one is on kill, and it stacks up to 20 times and also drops off instantly if combat ends. So it's very reliant on some places. So for instance, think of Countdown, where you have many enemies and combat lasts the entirety of the time that the zone is active, as waves will be continuously spawning. You'll definitely get up to that full max 20 stacks. In other places like a territory control, there aren't 20 enemies to kill anyway, even in 4-man scaling. So it is very conditional to some things, and it is an important buff because, yeah, it'll add 40 crit damage, which is pretty significant. Now, in this layout, of course, we'll be going as well with Obliterate. All of the builds I'll be showing today will be Obliterate, although with different chests. So here we're going over a high-end one, and in a second I'll show also a setup for Elmo and a setup for Oreo, as they, of course, have different crit chances, different setups. And because of that as well, we'll go into different setups. But for the high-end AR, as we have it here, and in this case as well, a high-end AR for me is still basically a FAMAS. Now, come next season, we might make other choices there. But for now still, a FAMAS is my high-end pick. And with that, we're going with a Grupo chest. There is a case to be made here for a Fenris chest, and that's actually what I often used to have in this slot. I have chosen to go with Grupo nowadays, partially because we have grading now as well, adding into the amount of weapon damage that we have. And while Grupo is technically behind for the AR on this build, as it is a percentage point behind, as we'll go over the numbers in a little bit on a spreadsheet, it isn't for the secondary weapon. And seeing as I'm quite often using both weapons, I do want both weapons to be bonus, so we're going with Grupo. Coyote, of course, rounds it out, as this is very much a crit-based build. Will be mostly in that 15 to 25 meter range. That's also kind of how the build has been set up, as we'll go into the build picture in a second. And yeah, Coyote is somewhat unbeatable, except as we go into the Oreo and the Elmo. I don't have it in there, and we'll go over why that is with them. Skill-wise, you definitely want to have a Reviver Hive. This is very much, as I have it set up here, a red build. Now, you can make other choices, make it a little bit more blue, with a few blue cores and shield, and try to go for survivability maybe. And of course, I have a Negotiator tech tank, which is completely different. But as a red build, having a Reviver Hive is quite handy. For other skill, of course, you can make many choices, as we'll go over the build picture as well. I like having Pulse a lot, and Pulse actually fits in very well with this build, as having the vision and knowing where the enemies are allows you to make specific choices at what you're marking. So if you know there's an elite and 2 reds, you definitely want to mark the reds and then shoot the elite. So having Pulse is actually a really good choice, but of course, other choices here can be very powerful, like Foam, like Blind the Firefly, like Shield, like Decoy. But I'll be playing mostly with a Scanner Pulse. Weapons-wise, in this case, we're going for a high-end weapon, the FAMAS. Specifically, we're taking 2 crit chance mods on it. I'm going to go with a Fast Hands FAMAS, as I very much enjoy Fast Hands. And this can, of course, be any other AR that you kind of enjoy, although, of course, most of them drop off a little bit more than the FAMAS in their damage. But others will be a lot more competitive come next season. I'm pairing that here with an LMG, and I'm doing that especially as well with a crit chance 3rd LMG. As we'll see in the stats in a second, that actually really lines up well for using the LMG in the short range, and then using the FAMAS in the mid range, because the LMG with the crit chance mod is actually more effective in the short range, because it's if the Coyote isn't providing its 10 crit chance in the mid range, then this LMG is going to be ahead of the AR. And yeah, we'll also go, of course, over an Oreo and an Elmo version in a second. Pistol wise, having a TDI card custom with either Sledge or Finisher is my preference. If we go into specializations, there's a lot of choices we can make here. All of them make sense in some way. I'll be picking especially Gunner and Sharpshooter and Demo for today. Technician, of course, will feed into having especially skills and a stronger shield. Firewall as well can, of course, with the Oreo, be a great choice. Demo can provide a really good group buff with that 5 detox and lets you ignore one explosion. Sharpshooter has stability and a great flashbang. And of course, the weapon itself can be even used for transferring humongous amounts. So yeah, all of them have something for this build. And of course, Gunner is a very easy pick, especially solo, for that stability and that armor on kill and that rate of fire on kill as well. But even Survivalist as well has the flame grenade and the ability with the crossbow to crack both heavies and warhounds. So this is very much a build that any of the 6 specialization is completely valid. Yeah, let's hop into the build pictures now. Oh, that felt way too long. That felt a little bit long. I'm not gonna lie. Let me actually rename this folder in the showcase. Was that, how long was that? Oh, it's 8:35. Okay, that's still fine. So another like 4 minutes of well, 6 minutes likely. Let me oh see here. We're trying to get each other's attention. Let me yeah, let's set up the build pictures. So let me actually as well wiggle both the accounts so they don't accidentally log out. Oof, there's a lot to cover here. First off, did I miss anything? Not really, right? Because yeah, we have to just show the mechanic for negotiator. Like explaining it doesn't do much. Actually, we need to start here. Yes, we need to start here. The negotiator dilemma recommended folder. I'll mark that here. Okay, yeah, let's do a take. Yeah. Just kind of thinking about what I'm gonna say, kind of in the order. Yeah, we're gonna do this. Go into this folder and then start. Can I move it to? That's annoying. Actually, usually I only have one build picture up, and then it's pretty easy. I need to swap. I'll just swap in between. It'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be. Actually, you know what? What I can do is let's have this be a little bit lower. If I turn on always on top, there we go. That's how we do that. Okay, now let's yimp right in. Yes. And for those build pictures, I said 4 really weirdly there. Let's try it again. And for those build pictures, we're of course using the build collection. As is marked there is now an ND recommended folder, Negotiator's Dilemma. In it looks kind of like this. I might add in a few more, so if you come in later than this, you might see a few more. For now, we have some obliterate and some focus variants. Of course, we're discussing focus variants, and not today. What? That's a weird way of phrasing. We're discussing them not today. Let me catch up here as well. So how you get higher expertise? I can't upgrade more than 3. So expertise is tied to your proficiencies. So expertise level is tied directly to how many proficiencies you have. So every weapon that you use more and more, it'll feed into expertise level. And you can't expertise grade, so add expertise levels to stuff higher than your expertise level. So expertise grading is locked to your expertise level. So you need to proficiency more things. I went in circles making builds for farming just to land on determined 50 all over again. That's kind of how that can go. Although with golden bullet, like there is like one of the nice things about golden bullet, I think, is you can kind of 5 directive any build. So even like as I ran Oreo strikers even yesterday. Yeah, let's try my attempt there again. And for those build pictures, we'll be using the build collection, of course, but there's also now an ND recommended folder as is highlighted there. In that ND recommended, wow, you know what I should do? This shouldn't be this tiny. Although, oh, that breaks the build pictures, of course, later. God damn it. Yeah, no, we can't do that because that breaks the build pictures otherwise. It's going to make this kind of bigger, so it's kind of easier to, but yeah. That would break other things. Although, as well, you know what? Nah. I was going to turn off dark mode, but nah. Because yeah, there's no, as far as I know, Google Drive doesn't have dark mode. I'm doing that with a plugin. Yeah, let's try it again. And for those build pictures, we'll be using the build collection, of course, but specifically as well the ND recommended folder as is highlighted up there. In it is, for now, 6 builds. I'll be adding to them. But the builds we'll be discussing today will all be pulled from here. There's another 2 which is with focus, which we'll be not discussing today, as I didn't want to make this hours and hours long. I might actually revisit Negotiator at some point with focus, or maybe even as a masterclass, but more likely as focus specific build showcase. For now, we'll be discussing Obliterate, and if we jump into the number 1 file in there and make it a little bit bigger, that is the build as we saw it a second ago. Here I am, of course, going with all crit damages. Having the crit chance on the build itself means that we can roll everything to crit damage, as long as you, of course, have your watchful 3 crit chance mods on the weapon. Here I'm going with Grupo, as, yeah, we are already landing on 52 crit chance. And with a Coyote, that will take us to 62, but we'll be wasting 2. That is perfectly fine. A very good-looking 188 crit damage. Now, this build, as it is set up here, is very much geared towards being in the 15 to 25 meter range. So it does need to kind of do that. As well, of course, if you are in a group and there are multiple Coyotes from other people, maybe if you're running it even in Countdown or something, although I wouldn't recommend that. This is very much more of a solo build or small group build. And then what you can do is add in a Fenris piece, because Cheska wouldn't fit in well here because we are pretty high on the crit chance. A Fenris piece would fit in perfectly fine for getting a little bit more damage out of your main weapon. What we have here as well is I have a grade 20 weapon, or a grade 24 even weapon, or grade 20 later on with some of the others. For some of the content, I will be using higher grade weapons, for some of it lower grade, kind of to show how the difference in that is, as that, of course, is a grade 24 weapon is around a 12% increase, well, around a 10% increase. So that is quite strong. Grade 20 weapon around 8%. Why am I stuck up on that? Nobody cares. We should go faster than that. Yeah, let's try that again. I kind of got caught up on rambling and I was going everywhere. Let's try that again. That was a little bit too rambly. And for those build pictures, of course, we're using the build collection. In there is now Negotiator Dilemmas recommended folder, as is up there. In there is 6 builds currently. The builds we'll be discussing today as well are plucked from there. There are another 2 builds which are focus variants. We'll be likely discussing those somewhere in the future, as that is, to me, quite a different build, as when you run negotiators with focus, focus on itself is not a general use talent, but is very strong, for instance, for legendaries and such, as that is actually what we used to run a lot for legendaries. If we jump into the number 1 file in there, as it is sorted basically by my recommended order, on that build we see that it's all crit damages, all the mods are crit damages, every piece of the negotiator is with crit damage. Our only 2 crit chances are coming from pieces where we have to have them in the Coyote and in the Grupo, together with 5 crit or 3 5% crit chance mods on the weapon. Of course, we're landing on a 52 crit chance, and that's perfectly fine for, of course, a Coyote. And this is also a setup that will work really well, because the Coyote then, of course, takes us to 62 if we're in mid-range, but we're racing 2, but that's perfectly fine for a Coyote. 188 crit damage, so this build is pretty high on its crit damage. And of course, that is due to Negotiator and having its own bonuses. And of course, this will go even higher once we start getting kills and stacking up Negotiator's stacking mechanic. Now, damage-wise, this build does decently well, although it's kind of behind my head. It isn't great on single targets, and that's of course the thing with this build. It's very much a multi-target spread damage build, and it will not compete with strikers or such on single damage, but actually, as we'll go into some calculations later on, it definitely does once you start stacking the tree. Now, with this build, this is set up for a high-end weapon with basically 15 crit chance on the weapon. Now, of course, that isn't, for instance, an Elmo or an Oreo, so we have different setups for those, as we'll jump to those. Again, an LMG, and here as well with a crit chance third, meaning that it does actually reach a very high crit chance, because it will have a 9.5% extra crit chance. So it will actually hit 60. And that makes it pretty good for, especially if you're under 15 meters, because then you're still with the Coyote hitting that 60 crit chance, and then getting the plus 25 crit damage of the Coyote, and your crit chance isn't way below 60. So actually having an LMG secondary has always been my preferred way of going for negotiators, although a rifle works perfectly fine as well. And yeah, again, all specializations are pretty much valid. Talent-wise as well, here I have a selection of talents I would recommend. Here in this case as well, Optimist instead of Strained, as we're actually pretty high on the crit damage, and especially if we get the stacking going. For the damage talent, actually on Negotiator, even with the FAMAS, as usually, for instance, for strikers, we would go Strained. Here, Optimist is perfectly valid. But also stuff like Preservation and Future Perfect work out pretty well. Having a Scorpio as well as a secondary is, of course, always a really easy way, because that's one of the benefits of having a high-end AR in this build, is that your secondary can be an exotic, for instance, a Scorpio or a Sweet Dreams to maybe remove some purples. If we now jump to the second one, as I want to show it here, is still with a high-end. Now we've swapped the build to go from the Negotiator backpack to be a Vigilance backpack. We've placed in a mask from Negotiator. Of course, we can't have the Coyote in here anymore because we need that slot. With Vigilance, as we'll see in a second as well with calculations, you do a lot better single target damage. You're basically close to even on 2 target damage, and you start losing out on 3 target damage. And that's, of course, because we lose that backpack talent from Negotiators. But this is a perfectly viable setup. And the difference between the 3 is, how I usually explain it, is the Negotiator with the backpack is very much the spread variant. Then this variant is kind of in between this setup and, for instance, the Striker, which is a fully single target setup. So this is the in-between. And sometimes that's quite worth it. Especially in groups, I would prefer more to have a Cheska backpack, for instance, here with Vigilance, especially having Vigilance there, and foregoing the backpack talent from Negotiator. So it is perfectly viable, but we won't actually be running it for the content today, because when I grab Negotiator, I kind of want to do the spread damage thing, because if I want to do more of the single damage thing, strikers exist, and I'll just grab that. If we now move on to the Oreo variant, and the Oreo variant, or the Elmo variant, actually first, it is a little bit different because, of course, the Elmo comes with a 20% crit chance mod, and that would not fit in really well with the setup that we had with the high end, because we kind of need to bleed off a little bit of that crit chance to make it a little bit more viable. And we do that in this case with a Fox's Prayer. So we're foregoing the Coyote, we're going Fox's Prayer. This is now set up as well for solo play still. So all three of them are kind of set up more for solo play. Negotiator actually, to me, works best as well solo, where you can kind of control the engagement yourself, and stuff that you're shooting at isn't being killed by others. So it's a much more controlled situation that way. For that as well, we're setting it up to be 60 crit chance without that Coyote. So we're going with a Cheska, but actually if you go with a Grupo, so if you were in a group and you're expecting some Coyotes, you can swap this to a Grupo. You would land on a 51 crit chance, and that is perfectly fine, of course, for mid-range Coyotes to fill up you to 60. But this setup kind of works well. And of course, if I'm going Fox's Prayer, then I will definitely take a Rifle secondary, so they get bonused by that. But I would still main the AR, because you do need to mark enemies. Now, with, for instance, a classic M1A or most of the rifles, you usually need, on average, you will need 2 shots to mark an enemy. That's going to happen a lot faster with an AR and much more consistently. So I usually do prefer still using the AR. Although, of course, if something is at very far range or such, a rifle is a very handy tool. If we now move to the Oreo, I've made the inverse decision, and we've gone with the Contractors instead, because we still, again, need to bleed off some crit chance, and we're doing that here as well by making that place, for instance, where with the Coyote, this would be crit chance. This is now damage to armor. So we're losing 1 crit chance. With the Oreo as well, of course, we if we were to go Cheska, we would go 72 crit chance. So yeah, we're going Grupo and reaching 62 crit chance, which gets capped back down to 60, of course. There is no way of going over that cap. Contractors as well has a odd, DTA, I should be clear, has an odd interaction with Negotiator, which we'll discuss when we start talking about this build, because it kind of double dips with this DTA stat. Here I'm picking it especially as well to, again, put an LMG alongside of it. Now, this is the inverse, because the Oreo, of course, has a lot more crit chance than this LMG. This LMG actually lands around 55-ish, 55.5 specifically crit chance, meaning that actually if you're shooting something at mid-range and you have to shoot them at mid-range, this LMG is now much better set up to actually do that, because then if you're getting a mid-range Coyote from somebody else, then it's set up for that perfectly fine in group settings. But of course, on the short range, the Oreo, of course, is quite unbeatable. Yeah, let's hop into some of the calculations. That felt a little long. How long was that? How many hours did we spend there? 8 minutes 29. Hey, remember when I said 6 minutes? Yeah, I lied. Still fine though. How long is it all together? Although the intro, of course, I need to cut off like a minute. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's 19 minutes, let's say 17 minutes. We went over 3 builds. I'm kind of dreading my choice there of the 3 builds, although it's mostly in this, because once we take it into gameplay, it's just one and then the other and then the other. Also, I hear the noises of this character being logged out. Luckily, the other one isn't, so we can log back in and join back up that group. That was a lot of talking. It needs some of this.
Safe area detected.
No. Actually, well, let me jump here first. Let's join back up on them. So yeah, let me prepare my calculations. Oof, these are a lot as well, actually, thinking about it now. We'll just have to go through them. This will likely be a pretty long build showcase, but that's fine. Oh no, hey there, Scooby. Yeah, let's just yeah, multi-calculator. Yeah, thinking about how I usually say the things about this thing. I can scroll like this, right? Oh, that's great. Yep. Okay, let's just yeah, actually, I'm not covering up anything. Nice. Okay. I was just checking that I'm not like over some of the numbers. Although, yeah, I do need to. Here I'm. It's fine. I'm covering up some of the numbers, but none of the important ones is the base weapon damages. Because I could scroll this by hand a little bit, or like use the scroll bar thingy, but I'm just using the mouse roll. I'll be more consistent. It's fine. Yeah, so what was this again? Yeah, the Elmo's up there, the area's down here. These are 3 targets. Let's just do a take. With this one is usually the thing that I sometimes need to do 2 takes for. Okay, actually get some, as I've been talking so much that I'm actually sweating. Who talks this much? Well, turns out it's me. I also still feel weird having my face there. It's weird, but I just need to get used to it, right? Wait, actually, so how much is this? Okay. So 104%, 105%. Do I put a talent in here? Nah, fuck it. It's fine. Yeah, let's just go. And this is the calculation spreadsheet as is linked down below, and I've prepared for today. These are multi-calculator of my design. If you haven't seen them before, they are designed to compare up to 10 builds, and input happens down here, output happens up here, and we're mostly getting out a burst and sustained DPS number together with some hit numbers to check against in the range, so we can make sure that our numbers are correct. And in this case as well, everything is color-coded to kind of match. And what we're comparing here today is, usually I would have a glass vigilance red at the top here, but that doesn't actually make sense for today, so I've moved it down a little bit to the 3rd slot. What we're comparing all of these percentages to, as it is the one in the top slot, unless specifically stated, and that is a chest striker. So a chest striker with an Elmo in this case. I'm picking the Elmo here just to forego actually a weapon talent. That's my cop out, and just to have a much more consistent, easily to verify number. And we are also setting that as being 20% headshot rate. So we're not taking the full headshot, but taking shit. Why isn't that? Wait, let me set that up a second. Let's not have this be always on top anymore. Because yeah, what are these even calculating? Wait, what? How did that happen? Because yeah, I was like, wait, didn't I add this exact thing up here? But then I cut it out, it seems. So I cut and moved it. Wait, you know what? We'll just do... God damn it. So I'm trying to Control X, Control V. There we go. Not Control copy. Wait, so this is doing all of these? Then now, right? So yes. And yeah, I'll just copy this over here, even though it doesn't. God damn it. So these all are going to be broken now, right? So this is F43. It's fine. We'll only have this be at 20% headshot, right? So, because yeah, they're linked to this thing now. The headshot. There we go. I was very confused there why that thing wasn't there. Let's try that again. Let's actually wiggle everything once, just so nothing logs out. And this is the calculation sheet as I've prepared it for today. If you haven't seen these before, these are multi-calculators of my design. They are available as well for you to use, as is linked down below. This specific sheet as well is linked down below. So if you want to have a go and have a look at it for yourself, then you can. These are designed to calculate up to 10 builds and compare them to each other, especially on their burst and sustain DPSs, as input happens down here, output happens up here. We're especially getting a burst and sustain DPS number, and we're comparing everything to the build in the top slot here. We're also getting out some hit numbers that we can check in-game against the range or in the open world to make sure that we've input everything correctly, which I, of course, have done. Usually, I have a glass vigilance red as the top build in this. Today, we're not using that, as that would be too low. We're going straight to the top. We're going with a chest striker, although, of course, we're going with an Elmo one here. An Oreo one would, of course, compete a little bit higher, but we have that here as well. But yeah, in the top slot is a chest striker, so a striker with chest and backpack, with a coyote and a Cheska piece in this case, and an Elmo. And I'm specifically picking the Elmo just to not have to deal with a weapon talent, just for easiness. That is the 100% up here. We're also doing it with a 20% headshot rate, just to keep it a little bit realistic, because especially, of course, the negotiator can have a pretty high crit damage, especially as well as we'll input some negotiator stacks in it later, as I have prepared that here. If we look at actually the striker and the obliterate striker up here, they are, of course, pretty high up there. They are considered the top builds, and rightly so, especially, of course, the obliterate version of strikers with the obliterate chest, especially for the Elmo with the Cheska, is really good. And with this 20% headshot rate is hitting a 12.3 million DPS. That's very, very good. Of course, the chest striker acts as we're also having it here as full stacks, so we are actually dealing with it as if everything is at full. As also in a second with the negotiator, we'll be having them at 3 targets. But yeah, this chest striker is very high up there and usually unbeatable, except negotiator at 3 targets beats it. Now, of course, getting 200 stacks on strikers is much more consistent. You can definitely do that. There are places, for instance, the incursion as a famous one. You can stack up on the bosses, and then you're at 200 stacks, and you can actually do this damage. Negotiators having 3 targets up, as this is the numbers for them with 3 numbers, with 3 targets. Although we'll go into the 1 target and 2 target variants as well in a second. Yeah, it is quite high, and this is the thing that a negotiator still has. It is really the only gear set that truly does compete with strikers. Although, of course, situationally, sometimes there aren't 3 targets to shoot, and that's really the downside of negotiator. But if we take the 3 target numbers, as I've prepared them here by altering a little bit the average shot part of it here, the FAMAS one can very much compete, the Elmo being equivalent. And of course, as well, this is an obliterate negotiator. So, for instance, an focus negotiator can actually be a lot higher than a chest striker. So yeah, this as an obliterate variant is doing quite well for itself. Keep in mind as well that while the other with Elmo and Oreo, the builds with Elmo, as for instance the strikers up there and the Oreo's strikers down here, they're fixed talent. So while the FAMAS here actually looks maybe not as the best choice, this gets to have a talent on top of it, of course. If you would have strength here, that's an extra 9% to its burst number, basically. Optimist, kind of the same. That is quite the increase, of course, and that's kind of where FAMAS still can beat Elmos. And of course, you can go with things like Preservation with that just 2% damage loss, or Future Perfect, other powerful talents. And especially, of course, the Oreo version is quite in a league of its own, as the Oreo very much is. And it isn't that hard actually to make it work as well with Negotiator, as we'll go into when we start playing it, because there is, of course, the mechanic of Negotiator, and that doesn't care about the target's distance, except for the target that you're shooting, of course. So if a target is very far away, you can mark them and then shoot a nearby target if that is available. Although that's, of course, very situational because you need those targets to be there. But yeah, on 3 targets is Negotiator can very much compete. Especially this is, of course, with the backpack. Now, of course, down here we also have the strikers with chest and with obliterate, but then with Oreo instead of the Elmo set up for that as well, of course. And yeah, those are very much unbeatable, although, of course, in the Negotiator variant as well. One thing I want to do here as well is actually have, as we have the option here for adding in, actually, well, not 40, but 20 Negotiator stacks. So if a Negotiator is at full pelt, so we've made 20 kills, as is here with the Negotiator stacks, we gain a further 40 crit damage to the build. And yeah, now it's really high up there. And this does sometimes happen, especially, you know, let's think, for instance, Tidal Legendary Final Room. You could make this happen, and the kills could happen as well. As well, the kills don't have to be yours, they just have to be marked by you when they die. And yeah, that can be very competitive once you have that going. Now, here as well, of course, one thing to point out is that only the FAMAS variant gets to have a Coyote pretty easily, as especially the Elmo and the Oreo variant really don't line up well without going with Fox or Contractors. So yeah, if we move down, here we have actually the numbers for the FAMAS variant in 2 ways. The first 3 are with the Negotiator backpack. The second 3 are with the... God damn it. I forgot about that. I was thinking about it's around the time when the battery dies. But that's fine because let me check. I can make a cut there. Because the camera cut out after I said if we move on, right? Although that was also very long. That was very long-winded what I was doing there. But that first one is very, very long-winded. Do I do it over or do I... Numbers for the FAMAS variant can be very competitive once you have that going. Now, here as well, of course, one thing to point out is the Oreo variant really don't line up well without... So yeah, if we... In 2 numbers for the FAMAS variant, in 2 down, here we have actually... Okay, yeah, that's perfect. So because yeah, I do a thing there of if we then move on down, I'll just cut that and then basically resegment from here. Because yeah, I don't want to redo all of that, even though it was a little bit rambly. But yeah, there I may have put way too much into this one. I should have maybe just picked one build and just gone, just the FAMAS. Just the FAMAS. Well, yeah, I think it's better showing a few variants. Because these two will be pretty short. This will be like 4 minutes together, I hope. Yeah, let's try this segment from here. And yeah. Yes. And in the second calculator, we'll be going over two variants. The FAMAS with the negotiated backpack as is up here, and the FAMAS without the negotiated backpack as is here. Here we're also going with 1 target, 2 target, 3 targets, because that's of course the real story for negotiator. And yeah, the transference of course is quite high if you have the backpack, and then a little bit less if you don't, but instead you get vigilance, which improves your first or single target damage. If we just first look at the FAMAS with the backpack, the increase in damage is pretty linear. Basically, it's an extra 80.33% for each target that you're marking, making it very important to mark targets, because if you're single targeting with that obliterate variant and with the obliterate at full, but again still with a headshot rate of 20%, we're only reaching basically 5.9 million, 6 million-ish burst CPS. That's not horrendous. You can kill with that, but that's pretty low, especially in comparison if we scroll back up a little bit to that striker Elmo, which is 12 million with the same 20% headshot rate. At 2 targets, though, we're jumping up to 10.6 million, and at 3 targets, we're jumping up to that 15.5, basically. Being between 2 and 3 targets is equivalent, basically, with this obliterate variant to a striker variant, an obliterate striker variant. But that does mean that you basically always have to have at least 2 targets up. Can you do that? It's situational. It's very situational. It's easier solo than in groups, I would definitely say. It's easier in some content over others. For instance, Legendary, where Negotiator is very famously used a lot, as it can very much compete in there. If we then as well go to the second set of numbers here, so here we have a Vigilance backpack instead of the Negotiator backpack as a number set, gaining us a little bit more total weapon damage, but of course losing ourselves a little bit in the transference. Numbers-wise, we're comparing here between the 3, but every step up is a lot less, but we're starting up a little higher. In this black section, I'm comparing actually the second set and the first set. So the second set is 116% of the first set. So this 6.9 million is 116% of this 5.9 million. So on the single target, we're doing much better. On the 2 and 3 targets, we're doing much worse. So going with the Vigilance backpack is perfectly fine, especially in groups, I find, where you can't mark as easily and as much. So you might as well go with a little bit less. But at that point as well, to me, if you're going for effectiveness, if you're going for the meta choice, basically, strikers will win. The thing that Negotiator very much does to me is give as well a different play style. It plays completely different than any other the other gear sets. You have to kind of be thinking constantly about who you're shooting and who you're marking. And I quite enjoy that. It is an acquired taste, but it's a taste that, especially if you get going with it and have often 2 and 3 targets up, can actually compete favorably with any other of the builds that exist in the game. And as well, you have some shenanigans that you can do as well, as I said before, with marking far targets and shooting nearby targets, being much more easily available to be in your optimal, because the transference doesn't care about the range. It just transfers the amount as to any other target that is marked. And yeah, that's quite strong. And that is the thing with Negotiator. It never really got buffed or nerfed. It was always there. It was always very much powerful for the people that knew how to use it. And it never changed. Even though, of course, now Strikers is much easier to use. I will not deny that. But I very much enjoy using a Negotiator. One last part here, as we have the choice between Fenris and Grupo, especially if we're going with the FAMAS, in this case, as it's set up. I'm going with Grupo, and it's behind. It is, especially as we go into here with, this is the negotiator stacks. We are keeping grade at 20, so we're already at grade 20, so that is hurting Fenris, of course. But the negotiator stacks basically hurt Grupo. So especially with negotiator stacks at, let's say, 10 kills in, Grupo is either basically the same or behind, in this case behind. But I do still pick it because it's not far behind. It's 1/5% here. And the Grupo will apply to the second weapon as well. As you may have seen in most of my choices, I also talked about the second weapon and how I will use it. And that is very important, I feel. And while Fenris was always the choice, kind of with Negotiator, this was also the reason for it. But I find myself quite often using it in this splits weapon system kind of way, even with a Scorpio as a secondary, for instance. And they would lose quite a bit by going Fenris. So by making it a kind of more of a general choice kind of build, I go for the Grupo, even though I am giving up a little bit of damage on the AR, but it is a tiny amount of damage, as we see here. As with again, a 20% headshot rate, although if the headshot rate was higher, then this difference would be bigger as well. Yeah, let's reintroduce ourselves to the build. And we'll head into some gameplay. Yeah, the game logged out. It's fine though. It's fine. It's fine. So 659 plus. Oof, another 6. That's fine now.
Safe area entered.
So what? All of it together? Although like 2 minutes will get lost. Okay, 33 minutes. I think that's about the best I can do even for that. There's just a lot. I made too much. I made too much cake and now I have to eat it. You know when you make like pasta and you're just like alone and just you make too much pasta and then you're like, I don't want to throw it away, and you just sit there and eat it? Kind of feel like that now. Yeah, let's actually bring this back up for a second. Go get set up. How come you got fast hands in all your weapon? Is that good, or are you fast hands fan? I'm the I love the I am a fast hands fan. Fast hands fan. Fast hands is very good utility talent. Once you kind of get used to it as well, it's kind of hard to go back to any other weapons, I find. The thing with it is, if you actually watch your footage, rewatch your footage, when you die the most is usually in the reload. And that's because while you're reloading, you can't shoot, which may seem obvious. But if you reload fast enough, you can keep agency. Agency is kind of the word I always use for fast hands. And that very much is why I like it. I like being able to rapidly reload, and you can quite often, even if you're in sticky situations, you know, just pop a weak point, shoot them in the head, maybe stagger them, stuff like that. You can save yourself. And yeah, at this point, I'm very much married to fast hands. So if it's a noob question, I'm doing no, not a noob question at all. It is a common question why I have a. But keep in mind as well, in the build collection, I really don't pay too much attention to talents. So with the recommended folders, I've started doing this, yeah, where I have like as in the right side there is like other talents to choose, because with the build collection, I'm like, weapons are very much not part of it, really, or just like you can pick whatever weapons you like, because it's the builds, and then weapons usually are up to the player. You can alter them in as you please. They don't change much about the build, really. So talents and stuff is very much up to you, up to players. For instance, solo, killer, and strained are pretty good. In groups, strained is still also very good. Preservation is really good. Future perfect is really good. A bunch of stuff is pretty good. That's what you get for. But if I don't ramble, am I actually IKEA? It's the issues of life. Let's go over here. I'm gonna reintroduce this build, and then we're gonna yeah. So we're gonna take out this build. So what do I do with this? Let's do a control point and a bounty. I think. Yes, let's do that. Let's do a control point and a bounty with this one, and then with the other one with the Elmo. Or I do 2 bounties maybe with this. And do a control point. Shall I do a solo mission? I don't think I've seen solo missions in like forever in a build show, guys. Yeah, let's do Lincoln. Yeah, we'll do a Lincoln with the Elma. Sounds like a plan. We'll do 2 bounty, or we'll do a bounty. Well, let's see how fast it goes. Because if I do a bounty really quick, I might. Indeed, if I don't ramble, I'm just furniture at that point. I'm just a furniture store. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's table, we're showing the. And for this sheet, you know, it's I should totally do that. Like, and this is the sheet for today, and I just pull out like a IKEA, like just like a sheet for like, you know, beds. This is the sheet I prepared for today. Although Xander, it's weird having Xander in the YouTube chat over there. What are you doing over there? Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, let's not dilly-daddle because we're running out of I'm eating time. Yes. I'll do it like that. Where is it? Okay, just see. Let's see, that's 52. Oh, it's 56.5. I said it wrong. I said 55.5 earlier. I wasn't sure about it either, but that makes sense. Actually, it's 4.5 extra, right? So, yes, let's go. And this is the first build we'll be running, of course, as we saw it earlier in its build picture. I'll be running actually a ungraded FAMAS. Well, I do have this grade 24 FAMAS just to show it kind of, you know, without that, because this is, of course, quite the damage increase, around 10%-ish. So to avoid that, let's take that out. Also, as well here, the reason, again, why I do a split system is the AR is on 52 crit chance. Perfect for the mid-range, the 15 to 25 meter coyote. But if we swap actually to the LMG, this is on 56.5. So a lot closer to 60, and especially in close range, this would make this quite the choice to use. You could as well pair this with an SMG, which would of course go way over 60 in this case, and that would also work perfectly fine. So you could have the FAMAS for the mid-range, and then an SMG for the short range. I'm using an LMG here though. Yeah, we're taking again the with the backpack, as all the versions will show today is with the backpack, with the negotiator backpack. So yeah, let's go do a few bounties with this. And that was a little, that was way too long. Maybe I may want to. Yeah, let's redo that. That was long. Yes. And this is the first version we'll take out today. I just wanted to point out, as yeah, we'll be taking the Obliterate variant with the Coyote and the high-end weapon. I, of course, also had there a grade 24 FAMAS. For this content here, we'll be using actually an ungraded FAMAS. I feel that is a little bit more fair to show, as this grade 24, of course, is going to add in just under 10% damage. And to show the build a little bit more, as most people will experience it, as not everybody has that high of a grade. Here as well, I wanted to show why you can go with the split weapon system of an AR and an LMG. Of course, that AR has 52 crit chance here. And if we go to the LMG has 56.5 with a crit chance third stat. And that works out very well, as the AR will work better in the 15 to 25 meter for the Coyote, and then the LMG in this case will be much better for the short range, as it is a higher crit chance here. But of course, as well, you can pair it with an SMG, and then you would very much hit 60. That works perfectly fine as well. Although I prefer an LMG usually in that spot. Although usually an LMG with a bigger mag. Yeah, let's take this out into some content. Just to check as well, like how many mods do you have to give up? Just yeah. Wait, do I have to really? Because this is then 58, right? Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense. Is it? That's the reason of the LMG. I was kind of curious there of like how many, because yeah, giving up that much, you do lose actually against the LMG. Oh yeah, usually I use the MG5. Oh shit, we need to do that still. Yeah, let's get that out of the way now then. Because my system is having issues with Ultra. Mostly because of nowadays dual streaming. So I'm gonna, earlier we'd set it up to Ultra, I wanted that for going up there, just because the shadows break a lot up there. The only thing I want off is especially depth of field. But for this, we need to restart the game. So let's get that out of the way. That's annoying. Yeah, let's get this. How long was this second take? A little bit shorter. And let's boot division back up. Better. Yep. Dual chatting, as and they're showing up in the. Hey, you don't have TV on YouTube. Why don't you always make sure to be at max CHC? So in this case, I have a Coyote. Later on, when we'll take the Elmo, that's a 60 crit chance because it doesn't have a Coyote in it. When you have Coyote, and I'm especially setting up for mid-range for the Coyote, basically with AR, especially with Negotiator solo. Yeah, you want to leave a hole, basically. So we'll be at max crit chance, but just with the Coyote. By the way, YouTube is taking a lot of your GPU power. How do you know? Yeah, it is. Although it's basically fine until I start moving, so it was fine for the intros and stuff because I did want the better shadows for that. But we'll leave that behind.
Entering safe area.
Also, well, it's been since the recent patches as well. I think it's also the dual streaming because that's also one thing that I've added since then. Okay, we're back in. Audio is looking fine. Yeah, it's looking fine. Bounty. Where do I want to go do a bounty? Actually, thinking about it now, I picked the wrong character. Well, I mean, it's the negotiator is on this gal. Did I show the bounty cheese maybe? Although I don't have bounties there. Although I didn't say actually what I was going to do with it, because I might as well just go do some control points maybe otherwise. Let's actually briefly see. I wouldn't mind going up against especially Rikers and stuff as well. Their turrets are great for negotiating.
Safe area detected.
Bounties. I might want to reset the world. Actually want them in the open world here. I'm like, I might go here and get them into the thing, but actually I like Negotiator more as a mid-range set. Yeah, let's actually grab this. The leaky, oh, 2 heavies. You know, if I wanted to plan it, this wouldn't be, this would be the best thing to plan for it. So let's get those out of the way. Oh yeah, actually we're on day 3, right, of this. Can I see? I can't see the challenges here, right? Okay, later on I need to go and farm some bounties, but that's later on. Now I won't have golden bullet on. Let's actually have fog of war and no regen on. Yeah, just let's see. I'm gonna go do that bounty. So this will be cleaners. Maybe I want to fight some Rikers after. Kind of thinking of like which control point will be nice for that fight. Let's yeah, let's actually reset the control points. Because I'm thinking going Widow's Web. Because we can spawn camp them at the start, show that a little bit, and then show the long range fight potential of this build. That of course cancels the bounty, but that's fine because it's gonna be here. What are you farming? I'm doing a build showcase. So not really farming anything. But yeah, we're gonna go get set up. Once I'm in the bounty area, likely the first part of it is gonna be
Target near you.
because yeah, I'm gonna do a bounty and a control point. I feel both of those really are like negotiator kind of fits in better than, for instance, activities. Yeah. Here it's a stable 60 now again, so that's good. I need to remember. I need to remember when we reach the Oreo and I do its introduction that I talk about the DTA double dipping. Because I don't want to go into it too deep, but I just want to like have it mentioned in there.
Perfect, right there. That's what I'm gonna kill.
Okay. So I'm gonna, oh shit. Let me just double check how that's, because a fade across usually with this looks pretty cool. But I need to be sure that I was actually, yes, okay. That I had the stats up, because otherwise it doesn't line up otherwise. Yeah, let's just go. I want to take something else maybe. For bounties, not particularly. Yeah, let's go. Let's actually talk about that specialization process I did. Also, just to briefly note, I will be using Gunner, and that is actually my preferred one for solo, and that's what I would recommend as well. I have a pulse here as well. We are running into a bounty. It is cleaners. I'm using the pulse, and the pulse is actually, as I said in the intro part, of course, as well. I very much like having it, mostly as well, because you know what you're fighting. Even though, of course, you see the enemies, you don't instantly know what their veterancy is, where all of them are as well, of course. A pulse is quite handy for that, because you want to mark, usually for me, I want to mark lower veterancy and then shoot a higher veterancy. So, for instance, marking reds, shooting a purple, marking purple, shooting a elite, stuff like that. And for that, a pulse, you know, provides me the information I need for that. It's quite handy. A shield or something as well can be quite handy. One thing I didn't have in the build pictures is that you can, of course, for solo, Memento is very strong. If you want to set it up for Memento, what you do is that you put in a Memento with a crit chance. You would need one more crit chance from somewhere else as well, and then you're basically set. Getting the memento, the mementos, and just charging it up, getting the kill confirmed. That is very strong, of course. That will get you a lot of, especially survivability. Pairing it as well with the shield is a 2-tier shield right away. Here we have a few elites. I'm gonna just mark some stuff. One of the nice things as well is you can stagger a lot of enemies with Negotiator. Mechanically, the damage that is getting spread is just damage. And if you are, for instance, marking multiple enemies and doing a ton of damage to them, you might stagger enemies that you have marked. And that is really actually one of the main benefits that made it the reason that in the past we would, especially for less than 4 people legendaries, pick negotiators over anything else. Here as well, I kind of want to see first what everything is. Dogs are great for... What? Why did the camera close? What? Was this... Did I fuck up with the battery? Did I put in an empty battery? Well, we'll have to restart this. Yes, I don't want that in there. Yeah. Wait, how? What happened? Is that battery maybe dying? What we'll do here is, yeah, I'll fast travel out. This will fail this bounty. Well, let's start it again. Sad face. It was rambly, but it wasn't also horrible. The leaky hoses. What a name. Take 2. God damn it. Gonna guess that was maybe a battery that I didn't put in the charger or something, but also it went for a little bit.
Target is nearby.
Because yeah, it went like for 10 minutes, which is more than an empty battery usually does. Weird. Yeah, let's get back there. Let's delete that other one. What were you? Didn't actually know if that would trigger him, but it did. I wonder if that's the skill throwing that triggered him, or if that's the skill landing on him that triggered him. You know what? Let's do this. This kind of looks cool, actually. Yes, let's do that. And here we're heading out into a bounty. I just want to point out as well that I'm using Gunner here, and as I pointed out, most of the specializations have something for it. Gunner is especially good, I find, solo. It's a really great tool. As I, of course, stated as well that I very much like Pulse, as Pulse will let you know what enemies are which veterancy. Because here, for instance, we have a few reds and a purple. I'm going to mark the red, and then shoot the purple to kill the reds. And especially, of course, as well with, for instance, if you have elites and purples, I will mark the purples and then shoot the elites. Pulse will very easily let you see which one is which. Although with Gunner, of course, as we have here as well, I can go Banshee Pulse. And Banshee is one of the best skills, especially solo. It is a CC that pulses as well, so I very much enjoy having it. We have some ads in here, as these are not part of my bounty, as we're going after the leaky hoses, because of course we are. And yeah, I'm just gonna clear these out of the way. So we have a Riker turret guy there. I'm gonna mark him, go kill the other one. Once I've weakened an enemy enough, I will just leave them behind. Here I'm single targeting this guy because he's really the only thing I can shoot at. But then I miss my Banshee, of course, because I forgot I swapped the Banshee. I'm gonna mark multiple elites. So here I'm really doing the damage. Although I have to fall back a little bit to kill this red. But for a little bit, I had 3 enemies marked. And that is the dream when it comes to Negotiator. I'm gonna heal back up here, as we also have some stuff in the back. Here, actually, I would much rather have had the normal pulse, just so I knew everything coming around. Because that's, of course, the downside of the Banshee. Although I misused it there as well. I'm just gonna finish them off. And actually, yeah, by finishing them off, I killed all of the other ones that I had marked still. All of the elites over there. I did get health gated there. We are also getting a fresh wave here. And there on, for instance, this shield guy, you will notice actually he's getting staggered a lot. That is from the transference. And the transference is very nice for that, because it will just damage all the other enemies you have marked. And that will quite often stagger enemies. We're getting all the waves here. I'm just going to use this now. And here as well, I'm going to mark those far away guys, because they're being very annoying. And I'm gonna shoot this guy actually on his shield, because that will still transfer that damage. And hopefully I took care of those. We won't keep that in there. Why was there so much? Also, I fucked up my Banshee. Let's try that again. Take 3. Bounties in the open world. I should have gone into the... This is why I usually don't do bounties in the open world. But 2 heavies, how can I say no? I could force it to spawn into there. But I kind of want to do it in the open world as well. But maybe I do Banshee on the first wave and then go back to Pulse. That's much easier, because I kind of want to have the Pulse, especially in New York.
Target near you.
Especially in this bounty area. Let's make sure that footage never exists anymore, because of course there is no proof that that footage ever happened. It's not like I'm streaming or anything. Oh, wait, what are you guys? Bloopers, basically. I mean, I've died before on some stuff. Especially on red bills. Red bills are not my jam. Give me a tech tank solo. I take a tech tank over this like 10 out of 10 times. Or strikers or anything like that. Thing is, as well, I notice that always when I am talking, I play much more aggressively. Much more aggressively than I like normally. Although even normally I play pretty aggressive. It's not like it's... that reached no one? Okay. What are you? Why do I have a scope on this thing?
Serious trauma detected.
We lost one.
Wait, actually, that's dumb, of course. Yeah, that LMG will definitely have to be 60 because I just have the wrong scope on it. That was it, right? Let's maybe reintroduce the build as well then, like instead of doing it at the White House thing. Because yeah, I did make a. It's like this is yeah okay. I get it. And that's why you check your weapons before you start talking. Let's delete that one. That stuff is still active right now. Let's just introduce it and we'll go in. But yeah, this weapon should be 60, not 56.5. Mistakes. Yeah. I'll reintroduce the entire build just for that as well, and just have this MG5 there. And the first build we'll be taking out is the Obliterate with the high-end weapons. So that's the one with the Coyotes as well in there. And I'm pairing it here with an ungraded weapon, because while I do have that grade 24 FAMAS, just to show the build a little bit more, you know, a little bit more tamed down, because not everybody has access to a grade 24 weapon or grade 20 weapon. Yeah, it is very much noticeable differences, just under 10% for that 24 extra. So I'll be taking an ungraded weapon. Here as well, just to show with the LMG, with the 3 crit chance mods there, the LMG, while the AR is at 52 crit chance, leaving a gap for the Coyote to fill in with its 15 to 25 meter range buff, making it much better for the mid-range. The LMG actually is at 60 crit chance with a crit chance third stat. So it is rolled to crit chance as its third stat. And that makes it a lot better when you don't have the mid-range buff. So for instance, if you're close range, if something has rushed you down, I will swap to this LMG and use that to kill with for that bit. You can also, of course, do this with an SMG. But I find actually LMGs a little bit more effective because they will have that detox second. With SMGs, with this setup, you would need to swap 2 of their crit chance mods to crit damage. And at that point, they lose quite a bit of their damage. Although, of course, you're using them in their close range where they're a little bit more effective. So it is your choice, basically. I like LMGs there, especially with 100 rounds. I'm definitely sure to kill whatever's rushing me down. Here as well, I'm going with Gunner because that is the preferred specialization for me for solo, especially as well because I'm using an LMG here as well. An LMG with a pouch, which will benefit from that plus 50 mag. And as well, I'm taking the Gunner Banshee Pulse because that's a pretty powerful skill. And yeah, we'll cut it there, and then we'll just run up here and then actually... take it into the bounty. Yeah. And yes, let's take this into a bounty as I'm going after the leaky hoses because of course we are. They are fighting something else already. I'm gonna join that fight. And why I do enjoy Pulse, and here I'm using the Banshee Pulse for a little bit. A Pulse is very handy for knowing what you're fighting, of course. But that's actually extra strong with the negotiator, because if I know what veterancy enemies are, I will usually try to mark lower veterancy enemies and then shoot a higher veterancy enemy. So if there's a bunch of purples and an elite, I will mark a bunch of purples and then go after an elite. And knowing that up front with a pulse, as I'll actually swap here to a normal pulse, as in New York, there's a lot of roaming gangs, and yeah, you don't wanna be caught out, as they are already aggroing to something. I was in here before a little bit, as there's some loot on the ground still from my earlier attempt, where I got somewhat destroyed by a roaming gang, as that quite often happens. As we have a roaming gang here as well. I'm going to see about marking some of these far away enemies. And I'm kind of out of my range. Although even beyond my range, I am still doing okay because of the coyote, so... But the FAMAS has a 28 meter range. I do kind of want to be underneath that. That is likely my last needed enemy there. And yeah, I'll mark them and kill them. And it has been moved up. Let me go get my loot from my previous and current attempt. And here as well, one of the things, of course, that we could do is go with the Vigilance Backpack, as I said, giving us a little bit of a better single target damage. Other thing that you can do as well, solo especially, very powerful, is Memento, as of course always the Memento is very powerful. As we have a named group here, as New York showing its colors and giving us all the variation that it has. And yeah, what I really want to do is mark a few far away enemies, shoot some nearby enemies, move up when I can, not be too aggressive, but I have a hive, so, you know, might as well, well, not per se use it, although, of course, second I say that, we do use it. But yeah, once I'm up, I will deal with this wave. This is also the bounty, as it is marked here. They have a heal going on here. Let me actually heal myself, as I didn't see this guy pushing up to me. And one of the nice things with Negotiator, again, as well, is that, yeah, marking faraway enemies, you can make that pretty effective. Here as well, for instance, I'm going to mark that healing box. I don't really have a great shot on it. That's why I didn't go for it either. But I'll cover up to here a little bit. Pulse again, as I lost one of the enemies. Wasn't there a second? It might have been a turret that got disabled. I'll start shooting this guy. Here I'm definitely in close range, and also an enemy that will not die very quickly. This is kind of the downside. I'm doing single target damage here. Also, I really should kill that box.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Damn it. Why do I get names and
0.
I'm gonna force the bounty into that other area. Or I'm gonna go get one for Pier. Pier would be a great one. Because I'm running into just all the other stuff. Let's get that footage out of here as well. Luckily, I did the intro separately. I hate playing red build solo. Who does this? Who does this to themselves? This would be fine as well. If it goes... Okay, I'm okay with Hugh Carey. Just no other things there. Like, no other... skill issue, yeah, I've lost the skill of playing red builds in open world. Like, I used to be able to... I mean, the thing is, I'm just being impatient. Like, rushing that guy down when I don't have a shield or something, or a decoy, is not the smartest choice. But I'm just used to tech tanks now. Like, just push that enemy, kill him. Why even play that hiding game? Oh, I can't slide there.
Stay focused. Reports of an agent in the area.
Oh, there's a reports of agents in the area? You don't say.
I could do this all day. Guns are hot.
What can you do all day?
We lost the guy.
Die?
The target is nearby.
Uh, yeah, let's slow it down a little bit. Can I actually as well? Let's and yeah, here we're heading into a bounty. And of course, as always with New York a little bit, there is a ton of other stuff to fight as well. As already to give a little bit of a spoiler warning, kind of failed 2 times, although mostly because there was a billion things on the streets. New York sometimes has the habit of doing. Here though, I've chosen now a little bit smarter place, which is a little bit more secluded, as we'll, once we're off the streets here, we'll not have to deal with enemies on the streets, hopefully. The game might still surprise us. But yeah, we're heading into the Hugh Carey Tunnel side mission area, where we'll deal with the street cleaners. And yeah, Negotiator, as I said in the spreadsheets as well, you can go with either with or without the backpack. So here we are going with the backpack, as that's mostly what I'm going to show today. I find it a little bit more useful that way. Because if you're going without the backpack, I would just go striker at that point. Here, they're nicely lined up. I'm just going to mark all the enemies. And for most of it, we had like more than a markup. That is kind of nice. They are actually spawning here. Okay. And we have a heavy. So yeah, I'm going to mark enemies, shoot the heavy. And that's kind of nice. Like heavies, warhounds, turrets from Rikers, killed guys sometimes as well, are very nice to fight actually for negotiators. Although here, of course, once I've killed everybody else, although well, there's one left. Once I've killed everybody else, I'm left with 1 target. And while I've taken off his arm,
You got the target.
actually, the next wave spawned. Should have noticed that and used my pulse. Because yeah, the pulse is very nice for this especially. You kind of, well, there's one enemy, so not so much, but generally you can very easily see what veterancy enemies are. So what I usually want to do is, if there is, for instance, a heavy, I want to mark other things and then shoot the heavy. If there is a few purples, I want to mark the purples and shoot an elite if that's available. And the pulse allows me to instantly know what I'm fighting. That can be very strong. Although, of course, you're foregoing stuff like a shield, you're foregoing stuff like a decoy or such. Here as well, I'm actually forgotten to put in the big pouch, as we'll take it to the full 100 rounds. And that LMG is also quite often nice for that, because you have 100 rounds to kill whatever's close. You can kind of spray and pray. Here again, I have a kind of a great situation, as I have a bunch of reds and a heavy. So I'm gonna mark that, mark him, even if he's getting away. I'm gonna pop off the helmet on the backpack there, with the backpack there. Mark some other stuff, come back to him. And it's kind of the play that you kind of have to learn to do with Negotiator. And when you do it, it kind of feels great, especially when you have multiple targets up and are killing enemies that are even, you know, kind of out of sight, or maybe are getting away, which cleaners, for instance, of course, are famous for, trying to run all the way in the back and deploy some drones. So in this case, as well, I killed that owner, so that turret went out there. It's little buddy. Yeah, let's jump into a control point with this build as well. I should have built up the inventory. I want to keep this PDR. Nah. Getting a bunch of decent looking ARs actually. You know what? Let's go. Oh shit! Why is this not cleaners? I really want that control point, but with cleaners. Let's reset once more. And yeah, actually, I'm gonna go to Haven in the meantime as well. Gonna grab a different specialization. I have sharpshooter on that one, and then demo on that one. So let's take here.
Need anything, come by and see.
Actually, let's take technician. There's a stash here. Actually, she has an M4 even. Let's go flatline. Yeah, let's just. Let's do that. Let's. Wait. How much is it there? It's still 60, right? Yeah. Forcing us in the crit damage mode, but that's fine. Although, yeah, I'm not spoiler, so I don't need that. Okay. Yes. And why is Ubisoft Connect popping up? Go away. No. Because yeah, normally that's cleaners. I have a Black Tusk Elite territory here as well. Let's go clean up that, and then we'll do a solo mission and then a group mission, and then that'll be the build showcase. Let's take, what shall I take here? Turret or decoy? And let's take, well, let's take a turret. Did I miss anything here? Currently farming rifles in battery park with ND with 4 direct testing. Yeah. I mean, you can, definitely. I just don't have the patience for it anymore to like go slow. I'm just used to just brain dead running in with a tech tank and just. That's also the reason I don't run just pure strikers or anything. We definitely can, but just yeah. I used to run glass all the time. Like that was my only build really. And that one usually took even more care to do the fights, man. I've kind of lost that patience. Or like just playing it smart. So I should have just gone from Wall Street. I don't know where I came from. Wherever the hell I came from.
Detected. Location guarded by heavily armed hostiles.
You don't say. Who am I still in combat with? I ran like a billion miles.
Shit, they got one of our men.
But all of your men. What are you talking about? One.
Enemy is...
There we go. So now I have the pulse on my weapon instead of on my skills. So we'll just use a more effective decoy.
Heavily armed hostiles guarding location nearby.
I'll put him.
Vital signs critical.
Tossing an EMP.
Don't take my hide. Kinda wanna have it.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I was about to say, don't you dare. Yeah, I should have had the inventory up because that makes for better. Should totally remember that in the things. I don't want to push up on the. Yeah, let's push up on the left side. It'll be fine. It will be fine. Yep. Let's just get going. And here we're gonna head into a control point. I've altered the build a little bit just to show the versatility, because Negotiator is just the build. You can smack whatever specialization, skills, and weapons you want on top of it. Here I'm going with Flatline, and of course Flatline needs that link laser pointer, so I've put in one crit chance mod extra here on the chest, although of course it could be a roll anywhere, it could be an alteration anywhere. Just need to make up for that link laser pointer. And Flatline, of course, is a very strong talent. It's active from the first shot. I'm using it on an M4 here, which, of course, is a little bit lower than a FAMAS. I'm going to actually push in deep. I'm going to use this turret as a decoy. It's not to deal damage, really. It's there just as a very long decoy. And I get an exotic out of it. I'm single targeting here almost, because, yeah, this wave is very spread out. I should, if I'm smart, do more stuff like that. And mark enemies and then set up to spread. That fire is gonna get me. My turret will keep this guy busy for a second. I have a hive, that's what it's for. Sometimes you gotta use it. I'm aggressive here. I could go and sit all the way in the back and take forever on this control point. But instead, I will try to complete it a little bit faster by playing it a little bit more aggressive. Although sometimes you pay the price.
Agent vital signs.
Mulligan. You know what? Maybe I should play it a little bit. Or maybe I should turn off Fog of War. I'm not even using the directives. Can I sneak past this easily? Not. Let's just sneak past it. It's fine. I was talking and not listening. Did not even hear that guy push up behind me. And that's kind of how that goes. Don't talk. Be silent and listen. Is one of the ways it says. I'm gonna push up that right side actually. I should have done that earlier. I usually go up that right side, which is you can have those guys spawning on top of you, but that's at least clear. Like you see those guys spawning on top of you. I'm under combat, right? Don't notice me.
I can't believe people still do God. It should be automated.
Is that... No, not an anchor prey. It's a police for the best that makes use of depends. Kingbreaker is, well, actually in the way I was using it, Kingbreaker would have been much better. Remember that part where I said it's a mid-range build? I haven't been in mid-range like for any of these fights. Like only that fight I did here was mid-range. It is one of the better ones. I like G36s and stuff as well for flatline because while the M4s and carbine currently, next season as well, everything's going to change up. So everything I'm saying is for the next 2 weeks, most likely. His reload is super long, which is kind of fine on Heartbreaker, for instance, where you have some weapon handling, but especially on Negotiator, not so much. I'd much rather have a G36 here, but I had an M4 in our inventory, so I just grabbed that. But yeah, M4 is currently still a pretty okay weapon, especially with fast hands. Same for Carbine 7.
Location guarded by heavily armed hostiles.
But they have such a long reload that they actually kind of prefer. Fast hands. Going back up on the left. Shit, I can't do this one. Or I have to sneak in. It'll look weird. I do want to get that exotic though. Should have thought of that. Yeah, fuck it. Oh, hello? You guys gonna kill me or
Serious trauma detected.
gonna reset the world? This I have loot and stuff lying here. I wanted to get that exotic. Should have thought about that earlier, because there's a. It'll look weird, or I have to acknowledge it again, and I don't want it. Anyway, we're gonna go up the right side and set up there. Or I should just keep distance. Go at the actual mid range.
Hostile supply convoy nearby.
Yeah, this is the downside of New York. Some of the control points are way far away. You know what, let's just go there. That one's fine too. Well, let's get this just for less walking.
Thanks for coming.
I love that the other account hasn't logged out yet, actually, still. They're still on top of that building, pointing at the Capitol. I haven't even, like, the controller isn't even on.
Stay focused.
1 second to double check. So this is the Hugh Carey tunnel. Okay.
This is good. We really needed more supplies. Fucking A.
Oh yeah, that other control point would have been kind of nice to do.
I'll kill you! They're headed our way! Grenade!
Hey, I played it smart for once. I am proud of myself. barely multi-mark though, so still a C minus, man. It's better than the Fs I got on those. Burn grade will be next patch will be. I mean, yes, the G36 is moving on up, but it's still talents that you know, you could have fast hands there or something even more powerful. So it does come at a cost. I shouldn't be running. I should just be walking. Yeah, that's. And here we're heading into a control point, as we'll go and clear that out. I've altered the build just so as well show, you know, more variations in it as well. For instance, here I've gone Technician, and Technician, of course, can provide us with the linked laser pointer for flatline. I've gone with the M4 with flatline here. Not taking Spotter or anything, it's still with just Obliterate, but flatline, of course, is a very powerful talent. It does cost us 5 crit chances. So I have put in a 6 crit chance mod here. We've also here, just for variety's sake, paired it with a vector, and for it I've gone with all crit damage mods because you kind of need to do that, otherwise you're way over the cap. Although of course here as well with an extra crit chance mod. So yeah, let's go and clear this out. And one thing as well, I've taken here an turret. I'll be doing the pulsing basically with my main weapon, so I don't need it for that. I'm gonna call them in as well right away because I kind of want them here. As we're gonna go make a mess. I'm actually gonna fall back as I notice now that there's a lot there. There is a lot there. That rusher is coming up my left side, but he's gonna die from what I did to his buddies, and I'm gonna try to keep the amount of spread up by marking multiple enemies and trying to get multi-target going. And as I was very confused there if I was getting hit from behind. No, I'm getting hit from the side as they're pushing out there. I see that drone coming, but I need to heal up first. We're gonna relocate. They've killed my turret, but it's back already. I'm actually gonna go put my turret up there. I might go down here, which I will. But that's what the hive is for. We'll use it here. And yeah, there is a lot here. Mostly because there was also a convoy. I'm just gonna fall back once more.
Serious trauma detected.
I should be safe here. And yeah, we've turned this into a slog. And this is kind of the what I personally dislike about red builds. Is I'd much rather be on a tech tank solo because I can have the survivability. I can just push into here, just murder things as they come, and not have to play reflexively as I'm doing here. I'm gonna give up here and see if I can fast travel to my allies, which I can. And yeah, that respawns me back in. Quite often, before they reach this area, you can actually respawn on them. For those that didn't know. And I take a big hit right away. Right back in it. Gonna use that guy as a decoy. Is this an elite convoy? Was that what we're hitting? No, it's just a normal convoy. It's just a bunch of extra elites. And yeah, we'll just have to clean back up. And yeah, there's an old saying, it's not about how many times you get knocked down, it's about how many times you get back up. And that very much is the story for me nowadays with red builds. I'm kind of out of the practice with them. But control points actually, and one of the reasons I wanted to do some, are really the playground for negotiators, very much so. As especially for instance solo, there isn't much content where a lot of enemies spawn together and of a high veterancy, and you're guaranteed as well a named, which we're using there of course to transfer with. So you have a lot of big chunky targets to shoot, and that works out pretty well. And here my turret isn't for damage. I'm mostly just using it as a decoy. It's just an extended decoy. And I could totally use a decoy as well. The difference is though that a decoy actually works a little bit better at its ranges, but it has a lot less duration. Here, well, we even went down. We're still in it. I'm gonna recycle that, that turret. I see rushers coming, and here we'll see as well. So I'm gonna actually use mark some enemies over there. I'm gonna use the shield of this rusher. I'm not gonna shoot himself, although I'll likely go down here. But I have a hive again, basically respawning. I wanted to use his shield, shoot him in the shield to transfer to his buddies over there.
I don't want to see you die, man. Move!
But let's just finish him. Let's take that mid-range. Let's make this from a run and gun fight into just sit and shoot fight, which is much more the playstyle of a negotiator. I've been way too aggressive with it so far. Another thing that turrets are nice for, even if the enemies aren't marked, if you're just looking around, you'll see that Q or E, depending on, or left button or right button, depending on your system, where it shows you where the enemies are. It is actually quite handy for spotting enemies. And of course, from itself, it just marks some enemies. I'm gonna see about doing the marking thing.
See that shot?
So if I get a mark on him, and I just shoot this guy on a shield, of course, eventually I'll break that shield, but that guy now is very weakened. You can also do the same as well with warhounds and mini tanks. They can be actually very good tools for shooting. I'm kind of struggling to see where these guys are, mostly because they're also getting scattered by my allies, which is one of the downsides of having the NPCs here. I'm gonna shoot this guy in the backpack. Shoot this guy. And it very much isn't as well everybody's playstyle, because it is somewhat mechanic heavy, and yeah, as we saw in the numbers, you really need to do the 3 targets, marking 3 targets to match up to a chest striker. And a chest striker here could have very much just used an ACS, stacked to 200, would have been already at full power. I'm gonna as well just kite this guy. I'm actually shooting him in the shield, killing him and her, and who's left? Well, that guy's left. And that guy's left. Although here, yeah, single target, I'm not doing my job right. But they're also the last guys, so I can't do my job right. Oh, we have rogues. And with red builds against rogues, like, it's not the greatest matchup, really. You can quite easily get oxied out of this. My hive is 11 seconds away. Might actually wait it out. But, of course, again, we have 2 big targets that both can share... Oh, that was a little buggy. Can share the love between... Although, yeah, I would be much better off single target shooting here. Now, let's see about getting him out. The mark has faded on the other one because, yeah, it stays for 20 seconds. 20 seconds is pretty long until you need it to be long. But we have damaged both of them a little bit. Let's see about keeping that up. I just want to mark the far one, shoot the close one. And of course, I have allies here as well, so I'm just going to pull them into my allies once they're kind of set up in there. That guy, they stacked together, and then one guy's healing the other.
Serious trauma detected.
And yeah, it's really never my preference to fight rogues with a full red build. I'd much rather be a PFE, I'd much rather be a tech tank. Just gonna get that shock out of the way. I was hoping to not be shocked by it, but we're getting some extra things joining the fight. Hoping my turret takes some aggro. I'm out of med packs as well, as I was quite copious in my usage of them. And I'm also out of AR rounds there. That's fine though, we'll just have to do it with other weapons. Gonna mark both, and actually we got
Eliminated.
the kill on both, so I'll take that. Although more is joining the fight, but we'll leave that there. Let's hop into a solo mission, and I'll take the Elmo variant for that. Okay, yeah, that was way too long. Control point. Yeah.
I'm reloading
Let's
here.
get our loot and die and get it.
Right here with you.
Serious
Let me get my loot first. I said,
agent incapacitated.
if you shoot somebody else, there's 4 more targets. Yes, no. Not?
Vital signs critical.
Yeah, I think it's if I die here, it doesn't matter because I can respawn on the control point. That's why I'm not caring about these guys. Turret finally decided to shoot something. Could be out of... yeah. Should have not been shot for a while. Let me catch up here as well. AK will be better. Yeah. And yeah, I do indeed have a fast hands addiction. But also rightly so. It's well worth trying if you haven't ever. It allows for pretty aggressive play as well. Let's not be in combat with them. Let's go back to Haven. Let's go to Lincoln. I feel Lincoln is maybe a good solo mission, especially with the bosses and stuff, and also kind of shows the downsides of it, because yeah, we have a bunch of bosses where I'll mark other things. Is there any other mission I would rather pick? Not really, right? Lincoln as well would be pretty quick, which is and here was 9 minutes of a fight. Although yeah, there was a convoy as well, of course, and rogues. What is it all together already? Although there's like 2 minutes of like that I need to cut out. So, 49 minutes, which is fine. So a Lincoln of like 10 minutes, and then actually let me go grab. I want to grab the grade 20 Elmo for this one. Not a very convincing. Well, it's more of a not a very convincing. To me, a red build's like I like them supported. It's not a very convincing ad for a full red build solo. That's kind of the thing with Negotiate. I kind of, just to really show it, I kind of need to do it solo, because with other people in the way, it's even harder to kind of get your stacks going, really. That's kind of the downside of it. That's why I kind of like it more as a tech tank. So that's a crit damage vector. Fox and just Mm. What was my last line with the other one? I'll take the Elmo variant for that. Put that there. Let's hop into a solo mission and I'll take the Elmo variant for that. Oh, where am I going? Let's go to Lincoln Steps. We'll do the intro there. And head on in. So, check over here for a real quick. It's gonna see if there's any outcasts here. No? Okay.
Agent, we got some intel suggesting Black Tusk of business in the bunker. I've marked it on your map.
Oh. What? Okay. Is the voice file played because I exited the mission? What? I mean, yeah, that voice file sometimes like plays when you fast travel away from like an invaded mission. Because he was talking about the bunker, which is one of the invaded missions this week, but that was weird. Oh, well, we'll take the directives off just for easiness, especially for the mid room. Yeah, let's do it like this. Yes, let's right scene. Yeah. And here we have the Elmo variant. I've taken a grade 20 Elmo here. We're gonna solo this mission. And for the Elmo variant, as I said as well, we're taking a Fox's Prayer. That kind of lines it up a little bit better because we have to lose a little bit of crit chance actually for the Elmo to fit into Negotiators well. Although we then take a Cheska piece to actually line it up better towards that 60, because we're going over 60, we're going to 61, although of course capping back down to 60. In groups again, you could swap this out for a Grupo if you're expecting somebody else's Coyote. One thing you can do, especially with the Elmo, is pair it with an SMG. You can also pair it with a rifle because you have a bonus towards it from the Fox's Prayer. But an Elmo has 20 crit chance, of course, from a mod. An SMG can have 21 crit chance from here. If you pair it with 3 crit damage mods, it makes for a really great secondary tool and also a great short range like burst tool. And especially, of course, Lincoln being a very short range mission, I won't be using a rifle here, so we'll be taking that. And here as well, I've paired it with Demolitionist, which will let me take 1 to the face from some of the heavies in this mission. I've set the mission. We're going in without directives. 2 directives, Fog of War, and no region would be pretty easy here. And again, I'm running a pulse. I could use a decoy later, and I actually likely will for the later rooms. But it's actually kind of handy for here. And yeah, as I said, I want to mark the reds, shoot the purple, and especially for instance there, like that enemy, I'm leaving him behind. I'll go and kill him by killing these. And especially solo, when you're a little bit more controlled, as I have it here, yeah, you can control the engagements. You can make sure that you kill everything. And even though I was at Health Gate, I was pretty confident that, yeah, kill whatever is around that corner and stagger them enough.
You'll need to find a way to open that gate.
For these later rooms, I don't need pulse, so actually I am going to swap here to a decoy, because that will actually help me a little bit, as they'll shoot at that and not me. That is the point of a decoy. Usually as well, you can matchmake and get 3 decoys. That's actually a very handy tip to know, as you'll get 3 decoys that also move and sometimes shoot, often shoot. And yeah, make sure to mark as many enemies. And this is of course a full red build. It is pretty powerful. You're actually pretty well off still, giving up a little bit of damage and going, you know, maybe having 2 blue cores, maybe having a memento is still pretty viable. But of course, a full red has its own benefits, as well as killing an enemy just takes him out of the fight fully. It's quite often beneficial to just murder the enemy instead of outlive them. I'm gonna take the upper route. I usually take the lower route. Solo actually is prefer. I'm gonna kill one, and that second one is gonna die from that. I'm actually gonna go get set up for here. I left too much alive, and I was hoping to mark more getting up to here, but I couldn't, so I didn't. I'm hoping for this wave, and yeah, here we have 3 elites coming out of here, and I very much want to mark them.
Medical assistance
I'll kill him. And of course, the Elmo's shock rounds, especially solo, can be a lifesaver as they were there. And I've hit Healthgate. I'll use my hive here. Next skill will make the boss spawn. And yeah, one of the nice things about demo that a lot of people seem to forget is you have immunity once per minute for 1 explosive. This heavy, in a second, will try to explosive my face off. Hopefully, my explosion resistance is available and prevents that. Gonna decoy up here. And yeah, well, that guy is getting a turret up. I'm gonna mark both of them and murder them with this heavy, although I was hoping to get his back, but I didn't there. That guy's going for a minigun, so I'd rather not.
All clear. I repeat, the
That's how we
compound is all clear.
deal with them.
No, that can't be all of them.
I didn't lose my hive there. I did get surrounded by that rusher. Didn't see him sneaking up, even though Fog of War is up. You know, that's sometimes the thing with even when you're you know, when you're talking and when you're here as well streaming. There's a lot of attention deficit. So, but we made it through. We're down a hive. I won't need it for these coming few rooms. Likely, hopefully. As a wipe is of course always just a few shots away. But I'm pretty confident of pushing up to here. Getting a decoy out in the middle of these guys in the first wave. Killing all of these. We'll have the far door spawn. I'm already actually going to pre-fire 2 purple spawn together. I'll use them to transfer. I'll mark the red, kill the purple. One last guy.
Damn it.
And of course, especially here, I'm a little bit,
An area beneath you with
you
increasing
know, I know the spawns. I know the spawns pretty well. So that helps quite a bit.
I don't know where you walk.
Here we'll go get the key chest. And as well, actually, if you've never seen it before, you can fast travel. Although, actually, once we killed that last enemy, we could fast travel here. This puts us a little bit further and puts us down here. And if you, of course, do that fast enough, that is very much a speedrun tactic. You know, it's not needed. It saves you just a few seconds. But just to have shown it. We're going to go to the kill room. Definitely for the kill room, I want to have my hive available again, which it will be. As especially we're going to go looting. Gonna shoot that box. That opens this. Open all of this. Grab these 2 crates. We'll go get the crate as well before the door downstairs, and then go into the kill room. The kill room is a place where a lot of people fail. You have to be aggressive. If you let them just spawn in there, it can be actually a very annoying fight. So instead, avoid that. Be aggressive. Although, of course, here, when I'm being aggressive, I'm also putting myself quite in danger. I'm solo. There's nobody else to pick me up once my hive doesn't exist anymore. But I have a buddy in the decoy. We'll use him. And here as well, I don't have a coyote, so range doesn't matter that much anymore. Except that the SMG will, of course, has a much higher effective damage. So it will outdamage the AR on short range. So I could definitely use the Vector. A great effect here. Also, with solo, there's a lot of health in the missions. So the AR actually as well, as we have a lot of reds. Later on as well, we'll have a bunch of heavies. And yeah, with just 1 enemy up, I'm perfectly fine being at my health gate as long as I have my hive. And just taking the risk and trying to get that shot out. Especially with the Elmo as well, you often have shock up. But that shock does come at the cost of, if you are running, for instance, a FAMAS with strained, you know, you would quite a higher damage cap. A fast stance FAMAS will out-sustain an Elmo quite heavily. You could have preservation. So it does come at a cost, but then again as well, an Elmo is just a pretty good weapon. And it does feel easy to shoot. It is, with that weapon handling mod, it is quite effective. So yeah, one room left before the boss fight, and just pushing through here. I'm gonna play it a little bit risky, but I actually have shock rounds, so it's fine. Next wave spawns here.
On the target position.
And if you're looking at this door, they just all spawn here, which isn't that much as well for solo. That's kind of the thing. The negotiator's biggest issue, especially for heroic running, is heroic doesn't spawn enough enemies to consistently have 3 enemies, because 2 of those waves were just 2 guys or gals. And yeah, I can't mark 3 targets when there's only 2 targets to mark. So that is kind of the downside. And then if you're in groups, people are stealing your kills, kind of. Even though, of course, that marked enemies thing, or the stacking buff, when you mark enemies, it doesn't matter if you kill them or not. What does matter if you're marking an enemy and somebody else instantly kills them, then yeah, that can be a downside. Here I'm marking the purple, going back to the boss. That purple is definitely gonna die before the boss, as long as I have it marked. Same here again. It's only 1 red spawning with this guy. That's kind of the thing again. Single target this, but still, I mean, the single target there, that guy didn't take forever to die or anything. I'm hoping this guy will let me shoot his backpack. He very much does.
Good work. Go on ahead.
And with a little bit of a help of the shock, we made easy work of that. We'll check through our loot, make sure we're not leaving anything important behind. Let's go get completion here. We'll go and actually use the Oreo variant in a second in group, so just to show that. We'll also max it out. We'll go all into it. And we'll also discuss a brief thing that DTA provides here. But here we did a pretty quick mission. And yeah, especially with when enemies are spawning a lot from doors and are predictable, like in enemies like here from the doors here. Yeah, Negotiator is very powerful. And when you definitely get some 2 targets up, it goes quite well. Let's have a look at our stats, and our time was 9:26 with looting, which takes quite a bit, so, and talking, so, which also takes quite a bit. But yeah, let's move on to the Oreo variant and round this out. Yay! I did not suck! It's almost as if when you do a mission that isn't, like, that you've done a bunch of times, it's almost a lot easier. What's the duration total? Okay, so we're already on an hour, so let's go make this an Oreo. But also let's go grab grade 20 Oreo. What's the crit damage at? On my build, you mean? I mean, well, it's gonna be 180, 193, right? Yeah, so 193. Yeah, 20 crit damage mod from the. But yeah, these builds as well are in the build collection, so you can just go and check the one there. Let's put in an Oreo. Oh, I should have grabbed the grade 20 Oreo already. We didn't even need to come back here. We're gonna put in contractors. We're gonna put in Nego. We're gonna take out this to be Grupo, and this should line up, right? And the way to see is that this one should be 52, and that one should be 62, indeed. Do I want to pair it with something else? Because what does it look like with a FAMAS? Oh, actually, we pair this with RPK, right? Now let's pair it with RPK. And we go firewall. And I'm gonna go take a bio break actually before we continue on. Also, I'm gonna swap the batteries of the camera already, just just to be sure, so we don't have issues like that. We shouldn't be nearing that time, but yeah, I'm gonna take, of course, a firewall shield, striker shield, striker on negotiator. Let me catch. Actually, no. Let me run and do a bio break. I really need to. And yeah, I'll be back in like a few seconds.
This beats working retail.
Oh, forgot to turn the camera off. But that's fine. It's just likely saw me run away. Where do you farm those 13 PFEs? So mostly in Legendary. Legendary is really good for getting 13 PFEs. I did most of it in Legendary Summit with a bunch of directives. That's the best place, really. And also whenever, well, for me, mostly DUA was invaded, but whenever also the normal legendaries are invaded, you can kind of use that. There's a much higher chance for PFE. So which question, do the white tusk in legendary not count as black tusk? No, they do. Pretty sure they do, right? And for most, like they do for league challenges and stuff. They should as well for global event challenges, because I'm guessing you're asking because of that. I'm looking for some help. I just hit level 30. I completed one of the invaded strongholds, and I'm trying to replay it on hard, but don't even give me the option to switch it from the story mode one back to invaded. Is there something I need to do? Does it allow you to replay invaded missions in world tiers? I don't think it allows you. Because once you've completed them, you're basically moving on to world tier, and they're technically not invadable anymore. So you basically have to reach endgame if you want to replay them. Although my question would be like, why are you trying to replay them? You're much better off moving on to the next ones and the next ones. You'll reach endgame, and there you can replay them, I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, I'm certain. For the purpose of global event challenges, they do count the thing. Yeah, actually, Kara said the same. Is it from the global event? How is it worded? Because it might also be something specific. Oh no, it's just. Yeah, I haven't completed here, so we can check. But maybe with the elite and stuff. I do know for just Black Tusk it does count, but usually as well for elite Black Tusk for the leagues and stuff it counts. Yeah, weird. Maybe for this one doesn't. But yeah, just double check your findings. See if it. Would Spotter have been okay earlier when you were using flat? Yeah, Spotter would have been a okay choice, but I didn't want to change it. Because Obliterate is still as well a fine choice there. And also, yeah. He as well there. SE and as well as System. Because Spotter and Obliterate kind of line up with each other. But I would have to have gone and like, or I should have like, no, this would have been a loss against. What did actually? Yeah, I gotta put in this closer chest. Actually, it would have been basically the same, or actually a little bit ahead. So. But also, yeah, just because you have flatline doesn't mean you per se need. Because the cap, of course, if you're actually getting, especially on this build, the 25 from Obliterate is an actual 25. Like, there is no other total weapon damage, so it caps a little bit high. Are you 100 in Season Pass? Yeah, for a while. Do you still get red stars per level once you're... So the red stars are from something else. So first you have the season level, which is seasons, and that gets you this reward track stuff. So that's all from season levels. The red stars you're seeing, that is from the global event. That's something completely... It is part of the season, but it isn't part of the season reward. So that is this golden bullet, and it's completely separate. Every time you do the challenges or level, you get, for each level you get 1 star, and for the challenges you get how many ever stars it says you're getting. So and yeah, whatever level you are for the season doesn't matter for golden bullet. If you're like not leveled in the season yet, you can already work towards it with golden bullet. And yeah, getting 100 season levels isn't hard. It's getting 100 levels, which it takes a bit, but can be done fast. Depending on your level of experience with the game, you can do that in an evening. I've had evenings where we've done like 100 levels in like 4 hours, 5 hours. And okay, thanks for checking, actually, Ben. Is it there? Saying that, yeah, they did count for it, so that's good. Because, yeah, usually as well, yeah. White Tusk usually just counts as Black Tusk. And needs to be the elite ones for the elite ones, but usually as well, the hunters in... or, well, actually, well, that wouldn't work for that because it's a global event, but the hunters in Countdown count as Black Tusk usually as well, but of course you can't have the global event there for leagues and stuff. Of course, they do that as well. And hey, Blackbird. Yeah, let's go finish this up because I wouldn't mind as well actually going and maybe, because we'll do this, we'll do an outro and then I wouldn't mind actually swapping accounts and farming a little bit of the 511 zone before signing off for the evening. And then tomorrow I'll stitch it all together, send it, upload it, and it'll turn into a build showcase, and then Yeah, well, but yeah, I won't be available for streaming in the evenings. Let's give this build an intro and then we'll get going. Let me make sure I put all of the correct ones in there. Let me catch up to this as one as well. Do you think Division 2 is a good game to get back into right now? I used to play it, but I haven't played in a few years. Well, if you haven't played it in a few years, definitely worthwhile. If you kind of enjoyed it back then, there is a lot more of it now, depending on how few of years. Because there's been a lot of additions, especially if you, for instance, played it in year one. There is a whole expansion. If you did play the expansion, there's a lot of new content, a lot of new builds, a lot of new stuffs and things. So now is a good there's been a pretty big influx of people coming back in, and I would definitely say try it out. Again, it's if you have it already, especially if you already have the expansion and are at SHT level, like jumping back in doesn't feel too bad usually. Although as well, if you only played year one, you have the expansion to play, so the first time through that is kind of fun as well. But yeah, definitely, it's in a decent place. New season coming in likely 2 weeks, so there's a pretty good global event now on for farming and getting back into the game, because it's basically easy mode with Golden Bullet. So yeah, give it a try, I would say. Yeah, let's do this so we can finish up. And yes, ending here with a setup for the Oreo, because yes, this will be, of course, the highest damage variant. Here as well, we're going with a Grupo on the chest, because we have so much crit chance, of course, with the 31 from the Oreo itself, that yeah, we very much want to bleed off as much crit chance as we can. And we're doing that here and landing actually on 62 crit chance with the setup. And we're doing that as well with contractors. Everywhere else is, of course, with crit damage, as of course the build picture showed. And we're pairing that again with an LMG with crit chance. That allows us on that one to have...
Group receive.
What? God damn it. It completely threw me off. Well. Let's... the dangers of standing here. I'll likely send another one, but it'll only go into Ubisoft Connect. Yes. That threw me off. Let's do this. And for the final one, we're of course taking the Oreo variant, as that is the top damage dealer. Here we're pairing it with contractors. We're using contractors in the same vein as with the Fox's Prayer for the Elmo to bleed off a little bit of crit chance, because we would have way too much crit chance. Here as well, instead of the Cheska chest with the Elmo, here we're taking Grupo, of course, because we need to lose. In effect, the Oreo has 31 crit chance, the Elmo had 20. So we need to bleed off another, preferably 11 crit chance, but we can't. We can only do 10 by swapping to Grupo. That does net us basically that the Oreo is at 62. And of course, in a group setting, that would, if there's other coyotes, we would prefer to actually be below 60 just to let them fill up a little bit of our crit chance. What we do have as well, though, is that we have an LMG as our second. Let's go be somewhere else. Let's go be in camps. That guy doing that emote as well kind of threw me off. Likely they didn't intend it in some way, but yeah.
Hostile control point identified.
I don't take this. Let's just take it here. And to round it out, we're of course taking the Oreo variant, the Ouroboros. The Oreo is of course going to deal the most damage out of all of them in a theoretical setting, but also really in a practical setting, because the Oreo, as long as you play it a little bit aggressively, it will work out very well. Here we are going with Grupo Chess instead of the Cheska because we need to bleed off, of course, a little bit more crit chance. We're also going with Contractors with crit damage and damage to armor. Again, to bleed off one more crit chance, kind of like we had with the Elmo. And of course, we don't have our own Coyote, but we're going to take this into a group setting, and we would prefer to lose a little bit more crit chance, but we can't really practically do that. We can lose this crit chance, for instance, for weapon handling or something, but we wouldn't want to take the chest, so we're avoiding that. So while we could go, for instance, Contractors and Fox, I don't prefer to have the chest there because, of course, that ups our amount of enemies we can mark up to 5, and while that can be useful, Obliterate is much more useful. Here, the Oreo is landing on 62 crit chance. Of course, in a solo setting, that would be perfectly fine. In a group setting, we might encounter Coyote. The LMG here is actually landing on a much more nicely 55.5, and that actually will make it that if we have a mid-range Coyote with us, this will perform decently well, but of course won't land in the same league as the Oreo. With the Oreo being close range, we've taken a Striker Shield, and for the Striker Shield, we've also, of course, taken Firewall because we need that for that. The increased damage from the Striker Shield is very strong, and you really do want to have that for the Oreo generally. So yeah, let's take this into some missions, and we'll talk about it more there. No one will notice that this was not modded correctly yet. There we go. Yeah, I'm just gonna random matchmake, see what we get. Let me put that last recording in here as well. Kind of worked out with the sunburst there. Yes. Let's just matchmake heroic.
Hostile control point detected.
Is it a goal with golden bullet is literally nobody playing? Let's try again. Okay.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Tidal. No, thank you. Title is way too long. Like this thing is already too long. I just want a medium mission just to talk a little bit as well about the DTA. Let's try again. Yeah, let's try logging out and then active in the world too long. But so yeah, now considering it, everybody's in golden bullet, right? It's because also if we can't get a matchmake here, I might actually just do that tomorrow then.
Hostile control point
Well,
nearby.
just on my own time. There literally is nobody playing. Okay. On like non-low event. Let's try one more time, and yeah, I might leave it for tomorrow, like afternoon. Because as well, I'm reaching like the late times for my region, so it wouldn't surprise me if there are no takers. There literally isn't. You know what? Yeah, let's maybe do that then. I'll do that tomorrow afternoon by myself. How long is all that we have already? They're kind of... Okay, so that's 1 hour, 2 minutes, although like from the intro we need to trim a minute, and then there was like 2 minutes from the other one. I'd matchmake for a mission myself and see if there's any takers. It's not a bad mission for it. Wait, am I actually still in IKEA, like the I_Kia session? No. Back in the wrong world. You know what, let's just start this one solo and see if we get any matchmake people in. Usually, you know, you get some people in there. Yeah, let's just start it, see if we get someone along the way, and if we don't, I'll just do it tomorrow instead. But because usually once you're in the mission, it'll fill up. Although, yeah, let me start with this and then make sure I'm in the right scene. Yeah, let's go. And yeah, here we're taking it into a matchmaking mission. A matchmaking, this is the weeks when Golden Bullet is active. So I'm hoping somebody joins me on it. It is Cheska targeted, so I'm hoping I can entice some people. We'll see. We'll get started solo and kind of show this variant. This variant, of course, is much more aggressive because the Oreo wants you to be much more aggressive and get short range. It was kind of playing already with the other ones, kind of. I'm gonna go clear out this room first and then come back for the key instead of the other way around. And one of the downsides with solo Oreo, and why I kind of wanted to take it into missions, is scaling. That's one of the reasons as well why Negotiator was very powerful and popular for Legendary for a while, for a long while, especially before the buffs to Striker and the alterations to it. There is actually a key here, as you see there, there's Search Body, so I'm getting that here. We'll use that later. That was called the Suite 3 card, so we'll use that at Suite number 3, which is much later in the mission. We'll push in, and yeah, scaling actually kind of helps. And then grouping kind of hurts, as I alluded to earlier. Scaling, of course, will make these enemies have a lot more health, so you have more shots that you can land on them before they die, which is kind of handy. I'm going to use this shield guy as well to kind of mark other enemies with. And you can as well use that both way. Either land shots onto the shield while marking other enemies to transfer to them, because it will transfer to them. And the shield, of course, can take a lot of damage before it breaks. Or the other way around. If you want the shield guy dead, what you can do is mark them. As you shoot them, you'll mark them, and then shoots other things, and it will hurt the guy behind the shield. I'm gonna go get this loot in the toilet, as well as toilet loot is a long-running gag of the mission, so there's a lot of loot in toilets. As even in a second, we'll have a key chest in the toilet. And I do have Fog of War and no regen on. I could have actually regened my health there by swapping weapons, of course, and getting my health back, as that basically negates hard to no regen. So I was about to say hard to earn, but that's a completely different directive. As I have here, I'm down on my armor, but if I swap weapon, I instantly gain it back. I'll grab ammo here again, and I'm again going to play it aggressively, as well as using the striker shield from Firewall to try and get even more damage, as you can of course get an increase there. But again, marking multiple things, but also they instantly died because solo scaling an Oreo. But inversely, of course, as well, if there's other people, they might kill your targets. You might try to get a bunch of things targeted, and they might murder them before you get to them. I'm gonna mark that far target, use her to transfer, weakening them already quite heavily. And that's one of the tactics you can especially use with SMGs. With SMGs, you can mark a far target, shoot preferably a closer target. And I got lucky there as well with, with the weak point there. And it will transfer the full amount. Although actually here with contractors, it will transfer more than the full amount, because contractors has actually a little bit of an oddity. As we get our buddy, one other lost soul that isn't playing around with Golden Bullet, because I'm of course avoiding using Golden Bullet here because it would, yeah, I mean everything's powerful with Golden Bullet. We're even getting a third one. But as I was saying, with contractors, we're getting damage to armor. And damage to armor works a little bit oddly with Negotiator. It double dips, and it's kind of hard to explain without figures and graphs and stuff. But what it in effect does is, if you mark multiple enemies, if both of them have armor, the first enemy will take damage as if they have DTA, which they do, of course, or they will, or that DTA is active on them. If the other enemy as well that is getting transferred to also has armor, they receive a bonus 8% on top of it. So the initial enemy was already including the DTA in their crit hits. The second enemy is getting a secondary DTA hit on them. And it's only DTA that works this way. DTOC and DTH do not apply in this way. And yeah, that gives somewhat weird results. And that actually technically makes DTA a very good choice for especially a backpack negotiator. So it is actually, yeah, very powerful, as I'm about to be rushed there as I get out of the way. Let's try to not die. I'm gonna mark a few enemies and just kill one of them pretty briefly. As I see that the last person to join there is a friend of the channel, Scooby, as I've made use of him a few times as well. Yeah, they likely just were like, man, I can't see IKEA struggling this hard. I'll go help them, which is nice. As I see as well that our other two allies, or well, one of our other two allies has a little bit of too much armor for a mission. But that's kind of nice. One of the things with Negotiator is the weaker your team, the stronger you'll be. Now, that's true for a lot of builds, but extra true for Negotiator, because you're getting that scaling up. Enemies are harder to kill and take more damage, so you can mark for longer and make it easier to mark for yourself. And they're not stealing your kills, because, yeah, somebody with that much blue will not be stealing my kills, because, yeah, I'm not that weak. Here is where we'll use that sweet 3 key, as it says there. This is sweet number 3. We'll go in here, we'll get 2 chests out of it. This is, strangely enough, not as well known as it should be, as it's literally basically the first secret of the game, as that key is past the first chest. Keeping an eye out for some of the Cheska pieces, as some might be nice. I do want to inspect my allies. I'll likely do that after this boss fight before we go down the elevator. I'll spend the key here. I'll likely have way too many. should be my treat. I'll wait a second here, and they are a Heartbreaker with Pico as a memento. This guy's level 29 and trying his best. It's fine. And Scooby is, of course, in the counterpart, the build we compared it against, which is an Elmo Striker, which...
Let's do this.
And yeah, pairing negotiators and strikers kind of works well. The strikers can go more for the single targets. The negotiators can try to spread damage. And one of the things here, for instance, is, yeah, there's a lot of elites here. I'm gonna mark to the third. Keep moving my mark across. I see a heavy there. That's a juicy one. And I'm actually gonna keep shooting the heavy, even though there was a Rusher next to me. The Rusher was marked. They were going to die to that mark. So it was actually smarter for me to shoot the heavy because I was gonna stagger the heavy or chain them at the very least. And the Rusher would die from the transfer. So after a while, after playing Negotiator for a long while, you kind of get into the Negotiator mindset, which I don't have much anymore. I used to be decently good at it. I mean, I'm still not bad at it, but I used to play it a lot more, so it was fresh in my head. I would want to push in a little bit deeper and be closer to the boss, but also, yeah, not as close as for instance that guy is, because even a full Heartbreaker blue is not going to survive the assault there. I'll use my hive too, because I was trying to get into position to maybe get our other friend there. And yeah, I kind of made a mess here.
Serious trauma.
For some reason, golden bullet. How did that happen? That kind of sucks. I'm gonna end the recording there. Golden bullet was off when I matchmade, right? Pretty sure, right? Because yeah, I definitely don't want golden bullet in there. Like, that's gonna... But did it maybe transfer in with somebody else? Or because the other people, or well, likely with Scoop. I mean, it could be likely didn't mean it intentionally. But...
Heads up. You got hostiles flooding into the building from the street.
Get down there and take care of them. I got Eleanor.
She's in shock.
Because yeah, it's not active here.
Let's meet at the theater later.
What? Yeah. Although this is because yeah, the global events are kind of acting weird, especially if you join up on like if you're not matchmaking and stuff, and because yeah, the other two will definitely have been brought in with matchmaking, so they would have had it off. But maybe with Scooby joining with it on, kind of weirded it out. Oh, it's okay. No worries. I mean, you didn't do it on purpose, of course. No. But yeah, let's finish off this mission. Maybe if you're up for... actually, we'll see. I might leave it just for tomorrow. Might be easier. Might just do the outro now and just save the mission for... Because, yeah, I'm way out of the normal time zones or like play times for my zone. Why did I rush up here as if it is invaded and I wanted to go to kill the heavies? Because yeah, the session owner should be what is dictating global events normally.
Is she okay?
but there was already reported issues.
Oh God.
So wait, let me drop me a group. Scooby, if you turn it off in your world and join back up, if you wanna join up for another mission, we'll have to see about which other one kinda isn't too long. But that's weird that it's like bleeding through in like that weird way. Because yeah, once you have it turned off, if you we'll find another mission to matchmake.
Hostile control point identified. Another agent has joined your group.
What was invaded this week? Lincoln, thingy and thingy, right? Invaded Potomac would be a pretty good one. Doesn't want to let me toggle mission mode. We'll go over there. Well, it shouldn't, but there it did. Like, we suddenly got Golden Bullet on. I even, in my settings, I had Golden Bullet deactivated still. So it was usually what it shows in there is usually the overriding thing. But, yeah. Let's do invaded this one. It's kind of a cool run and gun mission. Because there was already some, we ran into it, me and Toasty as well last week with Guardians. So he joined on me, and was it with Guardians or was it with the one before it? Yeah, no, it was with Guardians. And he didn't have Guardians, and I did. So literally, like, it wasn't shown for him, and it was on my world, he had it off. Let's reset it for a second. Wait, did I do the intro separate? I did the intro separately, right? Just double check. Yes. Smart enough to do the intro separately, so we just need to go. I'm gonna matchmake. Game, seriously. Or, well, my fingers, seriously. It's not the game's fault. And yeah, let's just head on in. And yeah, here we're gonna head into Potomac Event Center. Invaded variant as that's a good one. Heading in with Scooby, a regular, as it's actually kind of hard to matchmake as it's quite late reaching now. And of course, it is the weeks of golden bullets, so everybody wants to golden bullets. Where I don't, of course, because I want to avoid using that as a golden bullet makes everything look strong, and negotiator doesn't need it. Negotiator is strong by itself. It's a strong independent build. It don't need no global event to to carry it around. And yeah, what I really want to do is mark some enemies here as well. Black Tusk is actually a really good faction to fight with the Negotiator, because they have a lot of Warhounds and mini tanks, which you can definitely use to really transfer some big amounts, because they have a lot of health and armor. Well, health specifically. And of course, as well, they have a lot of elites, and they as well transfer a lot. One thing I want to point out as well is here we're using contractors. So we do have DTA, and DTA does something pretty odd when it comes to negotiator. And that is that it double dips. And it's kind of hard to explain, although not that hard actually, is that if you're shooting a target, 2 targets, and you have marked 2 enemies, and both of them have armor available, what is happening is that on your initial shot, you're actually doing that DTA, of course, already into your calculation, basically. But then also on the marked enemy, you're getting an extra 8% worth of damage as long as they have armor, meaning that the DTA is also applying on the spread, which is an oddity. It doesn't, DTOC and DTH do not work this way, so it's only DTA, damage to armor. And that does mean that, especially for instance in a setting like this, DTA will actually be pretty strong as long as the enemies as well, of course, have DTA. Because otherwise you will be better off with DTOC, for instance. But for instance, legendary settings where there's a lot of purples and a lot of elites, yes, definitely contractor is the way to go. That's kind of why I have mine set up this way as well. And then, of course, with the contractors, it makes sense to go with an LMG as a secondary. And yeah, we're pushing through this mission pretty quickly. We're likely not to get any friendlies with us, but we'll just 2-man it. And Scooby's running a striker, of course, that we kind of put it up against already on the damage numbers. So we'll actually see a little bit of striker versus negotiator numbers. So that will be interesting by itself. As yeah, negotiators and strikers do kind of fit in together well, and especially if you're 2-manning it and you kind of coordinate decently well. Although just by regular play, the thing is that the negotiator can do much more spread damage. The striker can do much more better point damage, meaning that they fit different roles, basically. When there's a lot of enemies, the negotiator will likely outdo the striker, especially if the striker isn't stacked, because the thing is, once you hit 3 targets, a striker still needs to stack. That will take it a few seconds. At best, it is stacking 40 stacks a second. That is what an ACS can do, although, well, a little bit more actually, because that's what a base ACS can do. The striker, of course, adds in a little bit of rate of fire, but a negotiator, as long as it's marking 3 enemies, it can do that basically once it has marked 3 enemies. And yeah, let's just push through here quickly and
we need to
get through this, as we do actually get 2 allies. I'm quite surprised by that. It is quite late in my region now. And as always with these build showcases, of course, I'm recording it live with the stream going. So we've been around it for a while. And I've struggled a little bit playing again with, I'll be honest, with playing red builds, full red builds, as it isn't my jam anymore. I play them a little bit too aggressively. But then with this build, with the Oreo, suddenly that aggressiveness isn't truly a downside. It is actually quite beneficial. As on this one, I should try to get under range. Although, of course, that will get me killed here and there. But, you know, that's just the price we'll pay. We'll murder a lot and go down here and there. There we did see again, a bunch of the enemies got staggered by the effect of me shooting multiples of them. And that is quite strong. That is actually one of the main reasons it became so popular for legendaries. The amount of staggers you make happen is quite a lot. And we saw as well, even on numbers, because Negotiator really didn't get a buff or a nerf. Well, we'll leave that bit behind. That's too much of a run. Oh, as we still have something alive out there. Oh, well, it's actually alive in here. Negotiator never really has received a buff or a nerf or alterations in any form. It always kind of was this since Warlords of New York, although of course it did get a change there, as a lot of things did. And as we saw, versus the numbers, especially for a glass red, yeah, it is a lot higher. And a glass red as well was always around those numbers. So yeah, it's outcompeted that. it was the original old dog of top damage. Basically, it was the top dog of damage. Now it's the old top dog of damage, as a striker, of course, very much heavily competes with it. We'll get that chest in the back there. We'll go and get this chest, weapon chest here as well. And our ally is rushing, so we'll rush with him. And yeah, in match made, you can't. People will push through as fast as they can, or try to. Usually making it worse, as that's usually what happens. I need to get in range here, so I'm just gonna keep running in. Gonna mark far away enemies, shoot this heavy to spread it. He'll go for the melee. I was trying to get out of the way, but of course the cover took priority, and I went into cover first. And yeah, here I'm kind of out of range, but then yeah, here I would much rather use this LMG than use the Oreo, because I'm a little bit far away, and I don't want to push in because there's a key chest up here. I do want that key chest. I do want my leads.
Network server
And
detected.
we'll head into the boss room right after.
Possible, create an uplink. We need to know what's on that server.
And this will also give me a second to inspect our allies. I see Scooby going for the lead as well. Well deserved. Gonna go up on the right. And I briefly want to see if this guy is an Eclipse. He is horrendous. Okay. and a Heartbreaker with Kingbreaker. So that is an almost reddish
System disrupted.
Heartbreaker. Give up one. And yeah, Negotiator as well kind of leans itself to, if you, for instance, enjoy strikers with maybe a few blues, Negotiator works as well for that. As for instance as well, I do have Negotiator tech tank variants. I do want to be aggressive here, so I will. I'm gonna actually put a up MB here. I very surprised that nobody. There's a 3K there. You would think he would go get it.
Hang on.
But
I've got something here.
by the choices that we're making in their build as well, they
Happens, make sure to
weren't
maintain
going
the
to
uplink.
take it. As yeah, Ninja Biking, Hardwired, and Eclipse is not the way to go. Strangely, it's not a meta build. I will not jab too much at him. I totally want to kill that guy, but he just doesn't want to push jump down. Instead, our Eclipse tries to set me on fire. And I am trying to mark as many enemies and get some transfers going, but that's also kind of hard. We also have Fog of War here active. Kind of want to mark the boss especially. These have two targets active basically at that point. Yeah, this would be one of the places for me to where I would definitely, for instance, take Pulse, as I see the heavies coming. Although as well, Negotiator, one of its downsides is it is pretty easy to waste damage, because if I mark two heavies and I shoot the second one, it is spreading over all of his parts, and you're basically wasting the damage at that point. It's like almost shooting, shooting grenades at a heavy. Anyway, we finished it there. We have a little bit of time remaining, because those two heavies indicate the last wave. I didn't get that loot up there, but that's fine. We'll go get this chest down here.
Secure.
We'll wait for the mission completion
Well done.
things to
We're still
pop up.
working on
I
decrypting
am
that
kind of
file.
curious how
That we can use.
damage-wise we stacked up there against, specifically Scooby, of course, as they're running Striker. And once we have that, we can kind of push up. But yeah, we didn't get the same amount of kills as, especially, of course, we can kind of a single target kill out, but we did actually do decently well on damage. Although a lot of my damage will be wasted on, for instance, chest on heavies and stuff, where it is not directed damage, which is kind of the downside, kind of like with skills. So yeah, let's take this into its conclusion. As yeah, with low scaling, that was never gonna compete. But it kind of showcases as well the downsides of Negotiator and the upsides, because there's plenty of upside. Yeah, I'm gonna thanks Scooby. I'm gonna leave group here. I'm gonna join back up actually on I_Kia, as they're still just sitting up there pointing at the thing, at the capital, which is you know, let's bookend that in the same way. So that's this footage. We don't want that. How long was that? 12 minutes. That's fine.
Another agent is now group leader.
So how much is it all combined? It is a combined of 114. Okay, I was afraid actually this thing would become. Oh, wait, what? What? Did I just join back up on Scooby? I think I did, right? Scooby was still in my head. As yeah, the person I do want to join is actually, yeah, IKEA. Better off on a different building inside than D for the video like CC or something. No, I mean, that was fine. It was actually good to show. I mean, those are the two to compete, right? Negotiator and Strikers. Although the thing is, Negotiator will like do better or equivalent on, for instance, Legendary or something. Like do a the starting room or something. I can like mark the 3 dogs and stuff. But that's also not what is happening here. We're using an obliterate variant in a general way. But I got to talk about the things. We went over all the, you know, the marking, the trying to mark close, mark far, and even got the DTA stuff in there. So I'm perfectly happy with that. The thing is, the truth of it is as well, like just there is a reason we run Strikers and not Negotiators. And yeah, I kind of like this. Let me actually make instant use of this because I kind of like that as the starting thing here. Let me catch up on some of this. Then change the. Yeah, there you go, sir. I think I missed the rifle mods and the specialization in the ND options that you have a rifle and secondary and Fox perk and mentioned them fast. Missed the rifles mods. Oh, just full crit chance. You kind of need that. So, but yeah, if you just mean the mods on there, in the end, I didn't actually use a rifle, I think, at all. Because I was going to use one with the Elmo, but then I chose to go Lincoln, and I didn't want to have a rifle there because that's not the mission for it. But also, I didn't use the SMG at all. But on rifles, just, yeah, full crit chance. If you're using any of the faster firing ones, I usually go with the stability mod. 30 rounds is kind of enough. You get to reload in between anyway. So That's usually my setup for it. If it's a classic M1A or something, 2 crit chance mods, or because that only has 2 crit chance mod and a +5 mod. And either Mambu and Kerfist as and either Charles. Negotiate is my favorite. Well, it's one of my favorites as well. It is very much a mechanic I enjoy. Yeah, let's do an outro here, and we'll end it up there. Am I on the right scene? Yes. Yeah, let's go. Actually, you know what I should do? I should totally have this up. I know it. It's gonna have the 2 shadows there, but kind of wanna. You know what? Let's put that one here. Maybe that. Well, actually, well, I don't start there, of course. Start here. Oh, that's why I usually stand on this side, right? Let's go back to the original. And yeah, for the conclusion as well. Yeah. And to conclude this long build showcase once more, one thing I wanted to point out before we leave off, actually, I'm going to show weapons. I'm not going to show those 2. Let's do that one and that one. Let's do this one and the Scorpion. Set we haven't shown you. There we go. And to move on to the conclusion, one last thing I did want to point out is that actually my loadout-wise, the negotiators that I have are saved like this. There's 5 pieces of negotiator in there. As we often say, 5 pieces is, of course, 25% better than 4 pieces. Although, of course, that is, once again, as well. I have it saved this way. I never run it this way. And it's very much saved this way because then I can put in what pieces that I'd like. Because, of course, we ran it, for instance, today with a coyote mask, with some contractors, with some fox. I showed it as well that you can run it with a vigilance backpack. All of those choices kind of fit in here. And for that, I would need it to be the 5 pieces. Now, of course, the other pieces come from other builds. So, for instance, all my characters have a coyote in their loadout, so I can just bring in a coyote if I need to. They have, for instance, in this case, contractors from other builds that they have, foxes, prayers from other builds that they have. So I kind of mishmash it up the way that I want to have it. But especially this general setup, especially with high-end, and for instance here, pairing it with a Scorpio or a secondary other weapon, I quite really enjoy this. This is very much one of my favorite builds to run. I love it, especially in the Negotiator Tech Tank variant solo. That is one of my favorite ways to run this, as that is very much my go-to for solo control pointing. Except sometimes, of course, I grab some determined hotshot just to have a little bit more directives active. But this, click. Remember when I said I'm gonna change the battery on the camera? I lied, and I didn't. I am a liar, as we all know. A liar and a fraud. Whose idea was it to have the camera in there with build showcases? God damn it. Yeah. Kind of felt good about that one too. It's fine. It's the outro anyway. We're done. Just the final pieces. Need to put back in that. Right. And to conclude this long build showcase once more, one last thing I did want to point out is that as I have, and to conclude this video, we're going to end up with one last point, and that is this. As I show here, I have 5 pieces of negotiator active, which means that only 4 are active and 1 is inactive. This is how the loadout is saved for me with 5 pieces of negotiator. As we always say, 5 pieces of a gear set is 25% better than 4 pieces, except of course, not really. But while it is saved this way, as I often say as well, it's never ran this way. And we saw many different variants, of course, today with Vigilance Backpack as I showed it, or ran it with Coyotes or Contractors or Fox. This allows me to do that. So I have it all with crit damage and crit damage mods in there already. And I can, if I want to, put in either a Coyote or a Vigilance Backpack as they have from other builds for this character. Although, of course, this is very much how I have my loadouts set up. So I have, for instance, as well, a Contractors from a different build that I can pull in. And you could have, of course, loose pieces as well to run with this. But I definitely recommend having it set up this way, just so you have the options of picking different ways for different moments. But especially, for instance, for me, the Coyote Obliterate variant, or with the Elmo or with the Oreo, are very much general use builds. And I very much enjoy Negotiator. It is one that I often gravitate back to. It is a slight mechanic that you just kind of have to continuously deal with and continuously try to improve on. And I very much enjoy that. Trying to get the most out of a build is usually, for me, much more enjoyable than just trying to run the most optimal build. And Negotiator is very much that, trying to get marks going as much as possible, trying to mark far things and shoot close things is, yeah, it's very enjoyable. It's a very enjoyable minute-to-minute gameplay. And in this setup, either with or without the Negotiator backpack, with an Obliterate chest, with different types of weapons, weapons that you enjoy, you can pick your specializations and your skills at whatever you want them to be, and just run around and play around with it. I can totally recommend it, and as we saw as well from its damage numbers, especially if you can get 2 or 3 targets going most of the times, it can compete even with top-end builds. But of course, that doesn't always happen, as we saw as well in some gameplay. I very much enjoy this, especially as well in the Tech Tank variant as I had it. But even I do have in my build collection a skill variant, which has 5 cores on the gear, and then with Technician, with a capacitor. Negotiator, in the same vein as Strikers, is very versatile and you can basically make anything you want out of it. So yeah, I definitely recommend trying out definitely this variant if you enjoy a little bit of challenge or variation in your game. And yeah, it comes highly recommended. And yeah, for in the future, my next build showcase is actually going to be on a Pestilence build. I haven't exactly decided which one yet, as we're trying out several different ways. And afterwards as well, we're going to do a Foam Eclipse, as that is very much required. And of course, we're heading into a new season, so we'll have to contend with some changes, and we'll go through those as well as they come in. And as well on the mid part of February, I kind of want to do a thing, as I'm reaching several milestones with several characters, and also a year of the channel existing. So I hope you enjoyed this one and join me for those. And as always, I'm quite often streaming over on YouTube and Twitch, so hope to catch you there. And if you do enjoy my content, please help out by doing all of the engagement and algorithm things. You know what they are, just if you want to do them. And also, as always, have a good night. I like how it went to night there as well. I kind of like it. As if that is my standard. I'm adding in that thing. I hope people like it isn't cheesy as I usually do. Is the like gonna do it like that from now on and just go. If you want to help out the channel, do all the algorithm things. Feel that is a little bit less on the nose than just going smash your face into the like button and then smash your face into your keyboard till you're
To group leader.
have enough brain damage that you enjoy this content for real. Let me go park this character. As yeah, I want to go shoot some other stuff. As I'm gonna shut down the other system briefly, freeing up the other accounts, as I just wanted them for that side by side there for a second with two negotiators just peeking out. And yeah, I am actually indeed gonna swap accounts as that one's, and I wouldn't mind hitting the 511 zone for a little bit, which means that I'm gonna go do that. How long was that outro actually? 4 minutes, that's fine. All of it together is we're missing that one. 119, but then like 2 minutes of it are gonna get cut off because the intro and stuff I need to recut. Yeah, so like 115, so that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Although I don't feel I showcased the build very well, but I explained it hopefully well enough. Let me briefly put everything into that folder just so it doesn't get lost. And yeah, tomorrow I'm going to stitch it together and we'll have it at the ready. I'm going to close all of the tabs I've opened for all of the things. Let me catch up on some of this last one and had fun with the Diamondback and ND, not the best damage wise, but transferring the Grunty, yeah, Negotiator and Diamondback are a classic fit. And yeah, the camera is indeed was a star of the show. Yeah, you really need to get that. Just that thingy. In the background, I'm logging out and in. Gonna go to second account. 511 is available on the map. Let's go farm that a little. In the meantime as well, I'll get a few of the global event challenges done on that account. We'll do that for a little bit, just because I do want to get a little bit of the frustration out before heading to bed. Might as well. Although as well, likely not for too long. At most an hour, likely half an hour. Let me get these controllers away from me. Is the Vision launching or isn't it? The question of the ages. But your subscribe button won't go shiny if it doesn't hear you say subscribe. Okay. Well, good. Does the algorithm shine? when it goes, when you say algorithm, does it just like suddenly, if you say algorithm 3 times, does it like pop out of it's still showing a percentage on the CPU. Is it actually launching, but just like super slow, or? Nope, it went to 0%. Never mind. Let's try that again. Because yeah, Division 2 is kind of like an old engine. You kind of, have to like crank it up and then let it warm up and then give it a second and then go again. And hopefully Project Resolves helps with this a little. As it is annoying. There we go, though. It launched. Did it break audio? No. Okay. Yeah, let's go murder some people. Although I think just with 3 directives. Just relax mode. Don't want to try hard too much. I kind of want to run a tech tank. I've become way too aggressive. I used to be able to play glass reds pretty well.
Entered.
But not anymore. The thing is, I would have to play it for a while as well. I kind of feel bad that I didn't play much Negotiator going into this. But also I didn't have much time, so... Oh well, I chose to use my time differently, so... Let's put on those directives. Oh, golden will is off. We'll wait for it to activate. We'll track these challenges. And I'm going to go with that zone. If anybody wants to join me, feel free to do so. But also, yeah, it's 5:11, so like you might not get anything worthwhile out of it. Somebody took up the call. I hear there in the background. Omni really wants those 511s. Just to double check, I still... Wait, actually, I need to do that and then do this just to get those mods kind of lined up again. I'll be running a Heartbreaker tech tank. Either Omni. Let me quickly check. Did I have any 511 backpacks in here still? Put a few in, I think. Yeah, let's have all of them on my character just so we can compare if need be. Because I'm especially looking for a chest and a backpack still. There's no 511 on the vendors this week, right? I haven't checked that. Actually, I checked, but actually, no, I did check. I didn't check Cassie yet. But if Cassie has it, that's also super annoying. Because yeah, I have a few different ones. But none of them really great. So wait, I have that one and that one. I'll take the other one if I... Because I might go blue core with vigilance. I might go... Actually, this can go. Because I would definitely want vigilance. I can go red core with concussion and I have composure. And yeah, chest with obliterate would be great. Yeah, let's... if you're up for it, Omni, let's go and hit... Let's start with the mast and then just go in a big circle. Do I need keys along the way? Maybe not really. So, unless Omni does, we'll take the upper ramp. I am gonna go grab those flame rounds because Also, there's the downside of being not much on this account.
Dead.
Oh, hi.
Agent received a golden bullet.
I got a golden bullet. I'm surprised nobody ever made a joke version of the I got a golden ticket. But then with it. Yeah, I made a new meme. Oh, is it? Oh, is that? I didn't hear no bell. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the DM. I was looking in the memes channel first, and I saw there was a DM. Gonna play aggressive because that's been the day anyway. Might as well continue. And also something's broken with the first wave on control points with the golden bullet. They just don't get it. It says they're getting it, and then they're like not. So I should call them in already. Oh, we have a stalker hunt, hunter.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Yes, I will neutralize the enemy leader. That was it, right? Yep. Enemy leader neutralized. I was love that with Outcast, like the lawnmower gals. The actual leader is the car.
Detecting additional hostile
When you
contacts.
kill that, it counts as enemy leader neutralized. They're just the caretaker. The name is just the caretaker for it. That was a horrible time to be stuck in a reload. It's a black disc here. Feels weird to fire a TKV without recoil. Just doesn't feel right. So you go stack up.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Moving around them. Giving you cover.
Hey, it's the Morte. Indeed, she now fits her name. I'm still shooting me. Get this back in. And if as well anybody else wants to join us, feel free to do so. I might actually turn the world open just so we get some scaling up.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Showing up.
All right.
Saved us back there.
I'm full up on something. Yeah, now let's see if we get anyone. We might not.
Another agent is now
Gary
in
joins
your
up as well.
group.
Yeah, let's head on through to the next one after we get our boots. And yeah, let's go to the tunnel one. Just gonna get this. You know what? You guys up for going through the sewers and we'll spawn Yannick. Let's murder Yannick for all of his bad choices with the gear lock. We'll take our revenge out on him. Okay, I can use components. So I'll go and grab some. Though it's this week's a resource, might as well fill back up. Gonna grab some shock rounds because that might come in handy in a few seconds. Yeah, let's head through the sewers. Is there anything above it? No,
Golden bullet being assembled by hostile.
Isn't even something above it.
Hostile completed the golden bullet.
Wait, why are these guys already in combat? Still in the negotiator mindset. I was trying to mark stuff in the back there. That was kind of unneeded. Yeah, let's get our stuff. Something else here.
Hostile control point identified. Received golden bullet.
Grab this cannon already. Yeah, let's do Yannick. On heroic. See what we got. Oh. I'm gonna go get this loot first. Oh, oh guys running bomber clips, okay. Man, if you want to, you can run whatever's like. Bomb for that bounty cheesing and stuff is nice, but control points and stuff, it's not really. Do I have jumping jacks? I don't have jumping jacks. I mean, I can just pull it from. Where is this? That's fitness. I made that mistake before already. Am I just not seeing it? Yeah. Where did he go? Oh. Anyhow, for those that haven't seen it, yeah. As it was in Things and Stuffs. Yannick the Beard. Yeah, against 3 man is not that. But yeah, there's this thing here. You come here. You stand here, you do yumping yaks. And a wild beard appears. Let me get these mementos. I didn't even check there. Did he actually... He dropped the target, right? Rob started it as if he's named. I mean, he is named. He's literally named Yannick the Beard. Yeah, let's push on through. Let's come up on the back side of that control point and we'll murder it all. You guys want looting? Yeah, with most of these, I mean, till the scaling comes in, it's much more worthwhile to just go and kill the stuff instead of, like, unless it's in your way. I'm dreading that the most. That will kind of kill open world for me for a while, at the very least, till I get over my annoyances with it. Just waiting for clarity. Be in range as well.
A hostile control point detected.
It won't be that bad. What was I talking about? Oh, the scaling? No, yeah, nah. I'm gonna be sticking to missions for a while. For the first few weeks. Or bountying, just in the same area. In general, I can totally agree. It's actually, for most people, it's gonna be a beneficial thing. For me, not so much. My brain is wanting to go explore everywhere and stuff, and just, yeah. It isn't for me, that update.
Hostile completed. The golden moment.
Fire starter.
Also, as well, to me, it's just gonna slow down the pace of things, because, yeah, now I just run more for the kills and just only grab chests that are really in my way. Once that update comes in, it's gonna be worthwhile to go and get the other chests out of the way, even more so than getting the kills, because there are places where there's more chests than Countdown provides. I'm not looking forward to it. What do we have on top of all this? Ah, just some guys fighting over there. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if the first few days I won't go. Well, first few weeks I won't go open worlding much. I'll wean myself into it.
Incoming.
It's gonna be horrible. I'm not, but I only need chests and backpack. Anything else you can just deconstruct. Everything else is already accounted for. Anyway, we got our fort even as well. Let me actually set my group close. I always forget to otherwise. I remember now. I'll stay back here just in case this exact thing happens indeed. As usually with this, it's much easier just to stay here in the middle and just let both sides come. As long as they don't get pushed back, of course, by NPCs or something. I'm unstacked. Oh, we're okay. Yeah, it's best to like let's. I'll stay back here. They're on the other side, so. I'll stay on this side. Just chasing them is gonna make this take forever.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Once the boss spawns, that's the final way. So I will give up on that side.
An agent needs assistance. Friendly control point detected. Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah, let's grab that
I can give you cover.
chest. Let's grab the final control point as well. Let's hang on to that one. Don't think I have an equivalent. Do have some bounties as well saved up here. So maybe I actually take a detour and go and get this hostage rescue. We'll get another bounty in a minute. Because yeah, let's do a control point, let's say a few bounties, and then I'm definitely not gonna make it way later than 2, so at most another half hour.
Golden bullet being assembled by hostile. Hostile completed the golden bullet.
Ooh, got way too early.
Rogue agent detected.
Right. Don't even think.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Civilians in distress. Access key.
Or did we just get out of range of this and they're here? Oh no, they're gonna be here, right? Although, yeah, they're not gonna be worthwhile getting. Because they know Skilly. Also, they're in the wrong zone because yeah, it has to be this. Also, yeah, there's a fight happening here. So. Let's make sure we all get our bounty.
Rogue artillery turret detected. Hostile artillery turret detected.
Yeah, let's just leave them. Let's go to the control point. Let's take the southern road because even though Isaac says the north road is faster, we want to approach from the south. dead indeed along the way.
Friendly combatants nearby.
Yeah, let's get the key chest up there as well. Because that is a key chest. Yeah. I missed the entrance. Not paying attention. And yeah, that thing is always annoying to interact with. And I targeted.
They shouldn't have messed with us.
I was about to say there's one of these here somewhere. I'm back full up onto 500. Expected reload. Actually, what is our friend running as well? Kingbreaker, Obliterate Striker, Regulus Hunter's Fury, and a 3 blue Striker. Gonna take the north road here. Oh, actually, that's something extra. Let's deal with them.
Golden bullet complete. Received. Golden bullet.
I'm gonna join on the other. Well, actually, I'm gonna join down here first. I was trying to get a kill in before it ran out. We need this side clear because we can't deal with both sides. Yeah, I just have Omni then. The rest of us are fighting other stuff. Can get you if you want to. Although you're dead, right? Yeah. Alright, we want to call them in if we can. Which I will do here.
Hostile assembling golden bullet.
So I need to stack and then grab any memento parts.
An agent needs assistance.
My friend is a little bit more aggressive than his build allows. Because yeah, you can't be down here without some survivability because that.
Agent down. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, hi. Icon has a little bit of CC. There we go. Finally, somebody showed up with some fire grenades on their sides. Even though they were from the other team, I'll still take it. Let's go to the defense. They'll already be here.
Come on, let's do this!
Stop hiding behind that.
Did that NPC literally just push me into the fire? Yeah.
An agent needs assistance.
Traitor, isn't he? This guy is not having the most luck today. There isn't even special ammo on. Not determined.
Watch yourself.
Outside. don't want to push into them too hard, but also I want some stacks that I need to stack with this.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Golden bullet complete.
Got to be more careful.
Shoot that down as well.
Supply room access unlocked.
There we go. Let's go get all of our loots. Yeah, let's maybe bandage these a little bit.
Staying in the same spot, hope to see something different.
Just a little bit. We do need bounties anyway for the third day of golden bullets, so it's not the worst idea. There we go. Looking at maybe it's, we go get that one, but nah, let's just go murdering. I have a black dust one to start off with. We have only 3 directors, so it's also not too bad. Somebody else is willing to run down there. Where's this devil? Let's see if it's this one. All right, that works out. I'll eat that one. It was the only one I was missing still. Yep. See better there. I just didn't want to give up my one. Oh, when does PTS end? PTS has already ended.
Friendly combatants detected.
As well. It's gonna be set as well. If I keep buying weapons and donating to expertise, can I get to the max doing this? What? Why are we being murdered? Yes, so you can donate 20 weapons. Once you've donated 20 of the same variant of weapon, it's proficient. It is actually a pretty good way of getting proficiency, but yeah, you also then need to farm credits or get some watch points to do that with. That is actually one of the recommended ways, especially if you're a little bit higher SHC level. You do watch alt runs and then just get credits with it, and then use the credits to get a lot of weapons. You just buy from the vendors, especially some of the names and stuff. You just get that one. There's named items and weapons, and technically exotics, but you never want to donate exotics. You want to deconstruct them or use them, basically. There are 20 items too, but then yeah, gear set and brand sets are 100 items, so those buying and donating doesn't make much sense. Also, they're not hard to just max out.
Hostile has 4 golden bullet.
And yeah, actually, I'll, because you're asking that I might be stuck on a certain level. Somewhat, because... Oh, wait. That was a friendly. Usually around level 16 is when it starts to get a little bit harder. Or expertise level 16. And what you'll mostly have left is DZ named items and exotics to complete. And yeah, those take up a while, but you can also add donate resources to everything. So what a lot of higher level SHT players do is just use their watch points for SHT,
Is that a ballistic shield?
for resources from the SHT points, basically.
That's your target.
But yeah, you can. I mean, well, I'm SHT or I'm expertise 25 or 24. I'll be 25 the first day on the next one as well, and most of that will be down to using resources,
One bad guy at a time.
saving up resources and donating it on the stuff you don't want a proficiency yourself, and the rest you can all run. Because for instance as well, my third account, I'm already expertise 15, 16? I think 16. And I haven't donated much or I haven't watched alt at all and stuff. So it's very much doable to get at least like 15.
Friendly combatants nearby.
Advancing on targets.
Let's go back to... Oh, we have a random with us. Let's see if he does the obvious thing of following where all we go. He's outside of it. Let's see if we can make the cheese happen. It's Heinemann. And this is again one of those places where this is one of the better known places where you can cheese it, although of course it's a little less inconsistent. What? Just didn't put it anywhere? What? God damn it. Sometimes it's stubborn. Although I think maybe might also be some factions.
Friendly combatants detected.
And sometimes it goes like this. There's a reason why, like, when people say this is one SHT a minute, is it? When you get this, when you get stubborn like this. Because sometimes you're stuck on this like 2 minutes. What? I haven't had this be this stubborn in like forever.
Target is near you, Agent.
There we go.
Friendly combatants nearby.
In a hurry game, I want to get a few kills in and
Hostile assembling golden bullet.
maybe get those 511 pieces in. And move on. Oh yeah, that was one of the, like, I haven't seen it be that stubborn in like forever now.
Received. Golden bullet.
Target spotted, Sheriff. got the target. Nice. Target neutralized. Good work.
Here we go.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Saw red on the backpack there. Must check it.
Golden bullet complete. Rogue artillery turret detected. Hostile artillery turret detected.
Got the target. Nice. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Yeah, let's get set up for a few more. Almost forgot some loot. Ooh, yeah, now I'm feeling it. Ooh. I'll be fine.
I can get him.
Might as well see about maybe getting the bounties out of the way for this account. This is the day to get them for this account, yes. Because of the 511. Watch this one now instantly go here.
Target near you.
That was the super stubborn one. Yeah, yeah, it's just full random. But sometimes it just feels like it is stubborn.
Friendly combatants nearby.
You know what? I don't need the deck thing. Okay, then and load the thing until I have.
That's your target.
Let me not use my skill.
Target neutralized. Good work. That's the target, agent. You got the target. Nice. Target spotted, Sheriff.
Ah, fuck. Oh, I put my hive on pull down.
Target neutralized. Good work. Cleaning
Exactly
up
what I
one
didn't want.
at a time. Nicely done, Sheriff.
Oh, I put. Okay, it's artificer. I don't change into revive hive. Oh, yeah, I might still. Yeah, I'm gonna reset here. I'm gonna respawn. You guys go back to that thing.
Vital signs critical.
Right.
Agent out of action.
Shit, I shouldn't survive this.
Agent deceased.
I can even respawn on my allies as they're out of combat.
Friendly combatants detected.
Somebody else can pop a bounty. Let's see about a little faster. There we go. Just want to do that and then rage way. There we go. Want somewhere else. No.
Received. Golden bullet.
Target is near you, Agent.
Friendly combatants nearby.
There we go. Because yeah, Hunter's Fury here can be super handy. I'm sure we should totally do that as well when we have the red be a Hunter's Fury. Just for the disorients, because that's kind of working out here as well. There we go.
Hostile completed the golden bullet.
And yeah, getting a bunch of challenges done as well.
That's your target.
Oh well. Spawn from the other side.
Target down. Good job.
That was looked like it was on the door, but yeah.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
It's actually upstairs. Let's use this to just get him moving.
Serious trauma detected.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Nice.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Right, there we go. Wait, what? What? Where was he? At least he would have been in range for the loot with that.
Friendly combatants detected.
Let me get this thing on this one. Beat me to it. That's fine. As long as it puts it here. Didn't. I'll cancel it. I'll pop one as well. Let's see. who gets it. And this, if you don't hear the enemies nearby kind of thing, then it's already not. Also, I keep pressing the wrong button. It's being stubborn about it again. I wonder if there is some form of thing about it. Maybe if people are looking that way or something, or the cameras are facing that way, it does it less.
Friendly combatants nearby. Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
That time it didn't even place it. Hello?
Golden bullet complete.
God damn. Let me relocate. Look that way. Oh, god damn it. Luckily then, but it. That was the daily.
Target near you.
Yay.
Take the fucking down.
Received. Golden bullet.
Sure, spec weapons share. Let me find that out. Yes. I haven't made that many spec weapon kills. See one escaping, I'll go after that one. Hey, Sergeant Hubble. Can I borrow your telescope?
There's gotta be something to do besides this.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
That's your target.
All three of them in here.
Hostile assault turret detected.
I'm getting most of the factions done at least. By virtue of... He needs to like take a step left or a step right. I'm gonna go after them.
Target. Nice.
Yeah, the marking form. Man, why couldn't you be vigilance? I might much rather get the chest. The backpack I can craft eventually. Whenever 511 is on the on a vendor. Oh, we're 5 out of 10 bounties.
Target down. Good job.
They're likely,
Cleaning
yeah.
up the streets one bad guy at
Maybe
a time.
one or two more for
Nicely
me.
done, Sheriff.
Because I need to sleep at some point. Long day ahead. Yeah, let's use up my bounties.
Target is near you, Agent.
Yeah, target is indeed near us.
Friendly combatants detected.
By myself.
I'll back you up.
Damn, farmer. Looking for the element of surprise.
Got your back. Oh, crap!
Sir, where are you going? The damn turret is keeping us all in combat.
They're almost on me.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Welcome back in.
Awesome. Assembling golden bullet.
You got the target. Nice.
Serious trauma detected.
That's your target. Target spotted, Sheriff. Target neutralized. Good work.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. Maybe one more after this, but that'll be it. Let's go kill Amir. So I can join his friends. I'll be up for one more and then... Kill the nearest red. Yeah, the Zora is kind of really nice.
Explosive trap.
Could run Hunter's Fury more often.
You got the target. Nice. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
For bands. Alright. Gotta get a chameleon. Yeah, just a running golden bullet. We do get. Actually, is that faster? As I see, Carol going order. Yeah, it's basically the same speed. At least if you're at that engine.
Friendly combatants nearby.
Is that chameleon? Yeah. I might want to just keep it because this guy's gonna steal it most likely. Otherwise, random. But yeah, I mean, you need to reach the cap, Cairo. What you doing? Well, you reach the cap now. Hi everyone, anyone know when they're releasing the new update? Nobody knows, but we can guess. The guess is that this season ends on the 6th of February, and that's likely when the next season will start, because it's basically ready. They might redo a part of it. I wouldn't expect any like delay or anything, so sometimes they have kind of, you know, went like, we need one more week to fix some shit. But yeah, 6th of February, most likely. But no is, yeah. They haven't announced it or anything. It's just that's when the season ends, and
It's nearby.
the patch seems ready.
Friendly combatants detected.
We have had plenty of seasons without a week of delay. So, for instance, last season to this season, there was no delay in between. And they likely will want to keep that because they want to catch up, actually. So. But yeah, a week delay could happen, but yeah, it hasn't happened for 2 seasons. It's also not a given. But yeah, we've had definitely in between seasons weeks of just sometimes announced, sometimes unannounced delays. So. And yeah, that's the reason as well. That knowing is, currently nobody knows. It's likely not even the devs. It's basically we're in that keener thing of like, you have no idea what's coming. Yeah.
Golden bullet.
But likely if it is, they'll announce it next week. They'll likely have a stream as well for the day before of it. Just final things. Hopefully in there they'll announce that Behind You is getting a nerf. Although, I mean, it's not even released yet, so a change.
That's your target.
Is it actually a nerf if it's not on the main server or like hasn't been in the main game? Hell, they might even come out and say, you know, we were totally wrong about that combat lock. And about descent rotation.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yeah.
Agent down.
I took one to the face. Oh, we have 2 down.
Agent vital signs 0.
Oh, respawning.
Supply drop detected.
Although Division is always on sale. There are a bunch of there's a big influx of returning and current players. I'll get a friend up.
Target neutralized. Good work.
An agent needs assistance.
Got the target. Nice.
Where's this healing box? Oh. Actually, no, I can't make that. Although we can just burn through it. Let's just end that. Because yeah, named healing boxes are a lot. Also, the Golden Bullet attracts a lot of players. People have a perception about it that yeah, they want to be there for it. I usually,
Good job.
I'm already trying to find some things to do in the second week of it that isn't Golden Bullet. Likely a few Wony runs, likely a bunch of other stuff. As well. I still want to do a Wony run, as I think Omni wants one as well still. Likely a Saturday or some Sunday. Or well, no, it's not Saturday, but it's Friday and Saturday. Tomorrow and the day after I'll be at work. Ooh, that's... that was crit damage. Yeah, nah. I'll pass on that.
Friendly combatant.
Because the blue, I would rather keep the blue core, and then there's that headshot when it's fit in there. Do any of you have any blueprints? Blueprints. Yeah, I already as well have a good looking one of those.
Target near you.
Let's have this one that I can retalent. Yeah, at this point it's literally just the final versions. They're fighting that turret there.
That's the target agent. You got the target. Nice. Target spotted, Sheriff. Target down. Good job.
How many 511 parts do I have even? Filling up pretty quickly. Because I think I crafted down to like literally like 20 left. So. No, there Coco. Very true. Instant relief gets everyone hyped. Yeah. I mean, Golden Bullet is just easy mode. For a lot of people, it's a good time to come back in because you can just do whatever's and everything works, kind of. It's great for farming. I'm not against it as well for just using it for farming.
Hostile completed. The Golden Bullet.
Blow that up, even though it blows me up too. Oh, one too many.
Agent out of action.
Have a second. Yeah. As I said, that fight was already over.
Target neutralized.
By the time I'd respawned and it would have just missed the
You earned
loot.
yourself another bounty. Well done.
You know what? Fuck it. It's already overtime. Let's finish those 10 bounties, then at least have that done. Although I don't know if you guys have any bounties remaining. Should, right? Maybe. Not for another one or two if you need more. Yeah, likely Sunday or Monday. Okay. That's it.
Another
I am
agent is
indeed,
now group leader.
because then you can cancel for yourself,
Detected.
which is a lot faster. It's if we have them 2 more bounties here, and then I'll call it there. Having done the 10 bounties for Golden Bullet for this account. Because likely as well, next week or next to tomorrow, it will have names. That's one of the things. Maybe try to get some more spec kills in. Let's see what getting those. Oh yeah, Golden Bullet challenges, I always remember they're pretty simple. Mostly because as well there's no like weird ones. There's no deflector shield. Don't even think there's grenades, right? Partially down to Golden Bullet itself being pretty simple.
That's your target. You got the target. Nice.
Agent down.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
That's going on.
Target neutralized. Good work. That's your target.
We are getting dual reds and stuff, but yeah. It's just waiting for the right combo because yeah, need crit chance, crit damage, and then like 1 out of 24 talents or 25 talents. How many talents there are? With vigilance, to reroll the card. And all of that for a joke build. Is it worth it? I mean, no. I knew that when I started.
Golden bullet received.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
I'm surprised our friend as well is just either knows it already or learned pretty quickly what is happening. As we have a random with this.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
I'm ready for you.
Wait, what? How did I not notice that earlier? Okay.
Friendly combatants nearby.
What? Is it not updating or is it I have a FI buff on my buff bar. None of us is FI unless I'm FI. Am I FI? The FI was in us all along. I feel the game might be a little bit drunk. Alright, there it went away. Was it because of chip damage? No, just what?
That's the target, Agent.
Looking for run this orient down.
Target spotted, Sheriff. Target neutralized. Good work.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
You got the target. Nice.
Game was just drunk. What to do? Raid with leader ones. Well, if they put it in the raids, because it would just be easy mode. Like,
That's your target.
there is parts of the raid that are damage reliance. Also, I wouldn't solve it for a lot of people because they just can't do the mechanics. But
Hostile has full golden bullet.
But also, yeah, they wouldn't have the loot likely at that point. Like, if they would allow it in, it would be basically discovery. So, wouldn't be worthwhile anyway.
Target neutralized. Good work.
There we go.
Looks like you
We
earned
did
yourself
even
another
17
bounty.
levels.
Well done.
That worked. Yeah, I'm gonna jump back to the White House. That's going to be it for me. I need to go find some sleeps. Spent all my points trying to get this. Okay, yeah, there's Habsburgs. Yeah, I know the pain. Yeah, I know that pain very well. Yeah, it took me as well like 18k points. I did close my group, right? Yep, just so I'm not accidentally pulling anybody else in.
Good to be
I'm gonna hang on to that one. So I don't think I have a better one. Okay, check. Random grants. Oh, I have actually exactly that already. Actually, yeah, Omni and Cairo, I don't know if you guys... is it still shareable? It's also a question, yeah. Obliterate just can maybe made into a DZ item because you can record a course blue. See if either of you want that, because I already have one. Turns out on this again. Let's go for DZ Oreo build. Although you would rather have Unbreakable, but Obliterate is not the worst. One more indeed. I really need to make one more emote as well. I'm totally gonna make a hi I'm IKEA and one more. Just one more as animated emotes. I have a few animated emote slots remaining. Only have 4k something to use each time going long, right? Yeah. Where did that pestilence come out of? Did they have a exotic cache in there somewhere? Or was it shared or something? What? Onto that pile or something? What? That's a shared and it's just on that pile because of... Although, yeah, then I'll just leave this pile. Can assume... Although, well, I can... do items on the ground show that? Actually, I don't even know. Yeah, let's sort this. We'll figure that later.
Thank you, Agent. I appreciate the business.
The exo. Why did I have exocache? What did I have exocache from?
Here to check something out?
Oh, I got the project, of course. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I'm on my second account. Yeah. I spent. Actually, I need to do that on like second and third account. I'm gonna park third accounts as soon as it gets. I might do. Well, actually, for the new season, I might do. Get it to season level 100, and then I'll just. It's gonna go on ice for a while. 3 accounts is too much. Why you have a build with 6.5.11? Because this is getting buffed, and it's a well-known secret that it's the best build ever. I can't say that with a straight face. It's a joke, to be honest. So I have a build collection.
You are now
I can even link that, of course. There, and I have 5 characters showing on there with 16 loadout slots each. 4 from my main account, 1 from my second account, which is this. So this is character 5. They have 16 loadout slots, so it goes to 16. So there's 11. and I've been peer pressured into you know, putting 511 into 511. So that's because that's the build that it is 5.11. Yeah, it's literally just a joke, because it's also expertise to 5 and 11s, and we're running a born great because of course if you're running this build you are born great and you'll have really good times with it. It's a challenge build. It is actually kind of funny to run because it's a little bit more powerful than a purple build, which I also have. Don't ask. It's a lot more powerful actually than a purple build, but so yeah, it's actually a lot easier to run. It's a joke. Sometimes you just have to make joke builds. They're fun to make. As Yavni says there, don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm gonna thank. I'm gonna say GG's here. And yeah, thank you, Cairo and Omni for helping farm some 511s. Thank you, Scooby, for earlier helping with the showcase and getting some missions done. I'm gonna go through this last few chats. I did not know you could spam caches like that. Yeah, so I don't know if you can do it on console as well, but yeah, on PC you can spam that. You can click the open cache one and you spam space to open the cache, or to like just accept the cache really quickly. As long as you don't get an extra item, you can kind of like just spam them together and then once in a while, only if you get that third item, it takes like a second longer. But I'm not sure if you can do that on console though, because yeah, you click the button and you press spacebar, that like accepts it. So I'm not sure if it's there or nah. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, it isn't for a secret. I mean, it unlocks some secrets. It unlocks, you know, you suddenly find out that the game can actually be hard if you make bad builds, either on purpose or by ignorance. So most people make it by ignorance. I go out of my way and make it on purpose. Yeah. True man of culture. Yeah. I just swapped from Xbox to PC. Well, welcome. Question 1. So yeah, if you're well, it's definitely gonna be either Sunday or Monday, because yeah, tomorrow and Saturday I won't be streaming. I would love to do it Sunday or Monday if you guys are up for it. But let's coordinate maybe when it's a little bit closer. Because I'll prep the character. I do want to do it before next week, preferably, just so that at least one account or like one watch alt is at the ready if available. But yeah, I'm gonna find somebody to raid as a last thing, and well, we haven't done. Actually, look at the category for a second. Yeah, I don't see any real. Like, I see a few familiar names, but we've done Cali not too long ago. So let's do Little Huge today, as they're running Iron Horse. They're at the first boss, so we'll send everybody over there and enjoy. And I won't be back tomorrow, although the build showcase will be up tomorrow likely. And I'll be back Sunday, not tomorrow or the day after, but Sunday. So I'll be missing you guys. Hopefully you guys will be missing me as well. And yeah, enjoy the hugest of the littlest, and yeah, that's all. That's all, folks. That's how I sign off, right? That's all, folks. Well, no, actually, because I'll wait for this timer, and then I'll go and say, have a good night.